Hello. Hey, everybody. Yeah, seriously, that's impressive. Mr. Martins. What level have I achieved? In excellence? It's a good question. Hello, Leica. Hello, Jason. It's been a good weekend, people. It's been very good. I was thinking it's so cool because I can like kind of hype the stuff that I worked on over the weekend for anybody who shows up into the stream, which is something I never even considered doing before, which is so cool because if anybody's interested in drop by. JLPT, yeah, I did study that. I did do some study for that. In fact, I should do some more. I figured I can talk. I can show you guys. So basically, this memorize. That's what I'm working through right now. Mr. Auser, you know I can't reveal that information. It's too close to home. I have to be mysterious. This stream is about helping me get through. Well, actually, I was saying, I was gonna hype what I was working on over this weekend. And if people want to, they can like look up a little bit. Hello, greetings from Germany. Yeah, Ryan. Basically, I'm doing the exact same thing. I'm gonna do some flashcards as well. Fueru, to increase. That's an important one. Oh shit, I can't hear it unless I got this to like this. All right, everyone. Test on the chat. What does that mean? Nuru. What is Nuru? Huh? Anybody know? I bet somebody knows. I think Auser will know that. If he's writing in kanji what he did there, he'll know what that means. Fueru. Fueru. Hello, Sugar Dance. We in this together. Hello, Bakersfield, California. Mr. Fancy Penguin, currently with the top name in the stream. Kabe. All right, everyone, what's Kabe? We're going to quiz everybody here. Man, it's hot. It's hot. Let me put on a little mood heating. Very good. Points go to Jason Rochelle. Paint. That is paint. K, I have not tried the poop kanji workbooks. I've heard of them, though. I've heard they're popular, but I have not tried them. But I think they're supposed to be good. Kabe. Basho. That's too easy. Location. Kabe. Wall. Nice. Nice, Kiloni. You got wall there. Fueru. To increase. Fueru. Kowasu. Kowarete shimaimashita. Oh, okay. Study abroad. Well, that would explain your mastery of the lingity. That would explain it. Yeah, I think that anything... Am I stoned right now? Do you think I'm stoned in Japan? What do you think, Fancy Penguin? Would that be conducive to a future in Japan? Kwasu. Slope. What is that? Satsu? Sashi. What the hell is it? Can't remember. Saka. Damn it. Damn it! That is slope. Basho. Location. In that case, konobai, sonobai. Or it's bai. Bye. Good evening, Hokkaido. Lovely kid Japan. Welcome to the stream. We're doing some flashcards here. To break, to destroy. Is it Kanya, Koro, Konoaida, or Kowasu? It's Kowasu. I could have given people a little more time. Oh, Fancy Penguin. You cut to the core of me, Fancy Penguin. I grew up. Pink Floyd is probably one of top 5 bands in my whole life. Like The Wall, particularly, because my dad was so into it. That was one of the bands that he was so into. So if I had to choose top 3, I would go. Man, okay, well, easy one for this. Comfortably Numb, Mother. Comfortably Numb, Mother. And it would arguably be a bunch of other ones, but melodically, one that always comes to mind again and again and again is When the Tigers Broke Free. When the Tigers Broke Free. Like, oh man, it gives me chills even to say the name of that song right now. Basically, the whole Wall album. I have a major weakness. Favorite 80s song. I appreciate the 80s, but I don't think I could ever say that I'm like the true 80s fan. But I did play a lot of guitar through the 90s, and naturally, if you play a lot of guitar through the 90s, you're gonna do some of the 80s. But I don't even know if it's 80s. What? Answer me this, stream. When was "Use Your Illusion" from Guns N' Roses? I guess I could Google that, but it's more fun if we leave it to the stream. Maybe somebody just knows that. But "Use Your Illusion," Guns N' Roses. I would say something from there that I was like learning to play guitar. Milk and cheese are great here. I bet they are. Who doesn't love milk and cheese? Location Basho. Nuru. Yep, that's some painting right there. Somebody asked what level of the JLPT I'm going for. I'm going for JLPT 4, and I've got my mock exam tomorrow. So, because of my awesome teacher, I'm going to be doing a mock exam, which is super useful, obviously, to kind of test my ability before I go in. Nuru. There we go. To paint. Good wine in Japan. I didn't know such a thing existed. Nuru. Break to destroy. Dun dun dun. Saka. Is it cool at Japan? I've never been. Should I go? Japan's pretty cool, Fancy Penguin. Japan's pretty cool. It's well worth a visit. Wine Castle. K. That's wild. Oh. To destroy. This is broken. That's different. Fueru. To increase. To be broken. Kawareru. Uriba. Place where things are sold. Cool in Japan. Life with Ami in Japan. Hello. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for joining us as we do a little bit of light study. Checking out what sort of vocab we can get through here. Preparing for my mock exam tomorrow. And for the time being, chatting about wine in Hokkaido, it seems. I didn't know wine was up there. Fueru. To increase. Turn that down a bit. Save you guys. Uriba. Oh, thank you very much, Ami. I need the luck. Expensive potatoes. I don't know such things. I don't actually eat a ton of potatoes. So I don't know. I don't know. Basho. Uriba. No, you're not stopping at all. I mean, the whole thing, Fancy Penguin, was for it to be casual. I just wanted to get through some flashcards, and I thought it'd be cool if people have questions about Japan, or they want to share how things are going over here, that the stream exists for them. We can hang out and get through it. Kabe. Wall. Kawas. Wait, wall. Sometimes this app is so easy. Class. Copy it. Repeats too often, but I think it's like, I've had a person describe this as like extensive training where you just like let it wash over you even if it's repetitive. Kawareru. Hen. It's 4 a.m. You're training to run training to run 40 miles per hour. I was like, 40 miles? Okay, but you want to run 40 miles per hour. That's an incredible fast pace, Fancy Penguin. Good luck with that. I don't know a lot of people that can run 40 miles an hour. That's pretty good. Pretty damn good. Everything organic. That must be nice. I miss organic food. They don't have a lot of it out here, and even the stuff that they do, it's not very convincing. This is Chilled Cow SD Mixie. If you want to listen to, I mean, obviously you're on the stream here, so you don't need to worry about it. But if you want it for any other time, Chilled Cow. Chilled Cow is awesome. Great for studying. I use it all the time. Oh, did a party just happen? Is that what's happening? It's party time in Sapporo? Kawareru. Come on, Dave. What is it? No, fucked it up. Strange, eccentric, yes. Have you ever gotten a fight, Dave, and had to school some foos? Fancy Penguin, you are winning all the fantastic questions tonight. When I was younger, you'd think it's one of those strange things, like when you're small, you get picked on because people can see that you're obviously weak, and it's easy to torment you, to go after you. And then, greetings from Shanghai. Right on, Brian. Greetings right back at you. That's cool. And then the opposite, though, is that because I was a big kid, it was like I was the testing ground. That like everybody who wanted to see if they were a tough guy wanted to fight me because I was bigger. But not that I've ever needed it in my life. Maybe it taught me restraint. It showed me like what it was that if you did fight people all the time, the sort of like damage and like how outside of a professional setting that there's no use for it either to defend, only really to defend yourself. Because some of the worst experiences I had was when like somebody had attacked me and I beat the shit out of them, and you just like feel so horrible afterwards. You're like, my God, that poor bastard. A little bit of you satisfied if they really pissed you off, but violence is not exciting unless professionally done. Like I say, I could see how if you train professionally, I could appreciate that art. I'm into cars, Rippian, so far as like they're interesting to me, but I can never claim to be like, I got one friend, the guy who's visited a couple times, and he's like super, super, super into cars. And he's on a whole different level where I mostly I just see how they're practical, that they're beautiful. I see them as a piece of art or whatever, but I'm not into them on that next level. Okay, we got a question here from Awabik. Just joined. How much money should I bring for a 3-week trip? Thinking about Osaka, Tokyo, Kyoto, and smaller prefecture. I hope Tesla are coming to Japan. 3-week trip. You could be baller and do it for like a couple of thousand, or you could be what would be the word? Slips my mind right now, but you could just like save your money, save your cash, and you could do it on much less. I think you could do 3 weeks in Japan with $2,000. Like, I mean that's like I'm giving you lots of wiggle room. Cauliflower is great. Yeah, Tesla should make it into Japan, and I know that the Japanese would embrace it, like truly. They already have an impressive amount of EV charging stations, so they could get in there. You might see though that it's sort of protectionist behavior from the Japanese economy because they're so into cars that I don't know if they want to allow that competitor. The thing is, they don't need to do it with the US because the US don't really seem to have cars that compete with them. And so the Japanese are content to buy their own local cars, but then if something like Tesla got in, maybe it would compete with them, and they're threatened by that. I don't know. That's a good question. Yeah, Mayweather fighting McGregor, he's going to get mollywopped by Mayweather. If they're boxing, yeah, I was like, I don't know what they're thinking. Yeah. Hello, Kyle Sampson. Your current Japanese language studying tools. I use Anki. I use Memrise. I'm using Mina Nihongo, like those 2 books or whatever. And brute force, like hours spent studying, as well as just having an awesome teacher who does stuff like mock exams as well. Another big study tool that I'm getting more and more and more into is different forms of reading, like be that extensive reading or be that focused reading. Focused where you check every single word and every single sentence to understand, and extensive to just going with what you have available to you and your kind of basic understanding and reading as fast and as much as you can. So I'm doing a lot more reading, and I find that that teaches you to be far more intuitive about the language than it is that you have a deep understanding where you'd be like, oh, for this is the, what is it, Jidoshi plus Tadoshi, or Jidoshi Tadoshi, and this is Meishi, and like blah blah blah, whatever, in all the different grammatical forms. Thanks, Suede. I appreciate that a lot. That's awesome. It does seem the fight is on, Fancy Penguin. I saw that today all over social media. Okay, I'm getting lazy here. Let's crank out another round. Let's do this quick. Let's see if I can do it. Uriba. Okay, bam. Kowareru. To be broken. Come on. Han. Strange. What? Oh, strange eccentric. Yes. Kawaru. To be broken. Ah, damn it. Damn it, people. I'm falling apart. Never had cauliflower in your life. You're missing out. To increase. Fueru. There we go. Fueru. Hi, the Geronimo foe. And thanks so much. That's really, really appreciated. It definitely makes a big difference. Everybody knows I'll like storm on ahead and keep trying to make better and better videos, but I'm definitely appreciative of when people do that. Some people, they'll, oh, like you're just doing in the chat now, some people will just straight up write and be like, thanks so much. It like adds a little levity to my day, and it means a lot. It's cool to feel like you're making a difference to whatever degree in people's lives. Oh, okay. So I'll talk a little bit, guys, about what I'm going to do for obviously not this Saturday, and maybe it may come out in 2 weeks' time because I want to put that amount of time into editing it and writing the script for it and everything like that. But last night, I went out to a capsule hotel. And everybody knows, objectively speaking, how popular those videos can become on YouTube. But I wanted to do something like you would. I wanted to do something that was way more unique. Yohes. Hello. Thank you very much. I'll keep up the good work. I will try. You're an inspiration. I wanted to go somewhere totally unique. Dave, you're kind of sexy. Thank you, Jordan. I appreciate that. But what do you mean, kind of? I'm drop dead sexy. Come on now. The place is called Book and Bed, and it's so cool that it's not something you think about, which is kind of the theme that I'm going with for the video, but how you don't ever think about the sort of things that like you sort of fantasized about when you're a kid. And I love, like, there's something, you forget it basically, but when I was a kid there was something about like tree houses and forts and stuff that like really appealed to me. And it's that kind of like you're escaping to a place where nobody finds you, you're safe, you're doing whatever thing it is that you want to do. And this place, this capsule hotel, is around the theme of it's like you're sleeping in a bookshelf. And I thought that really appealed to kind of like the childlike mind, in that you're escaping to this place where parents can't find you. And I mean, the whole idea that you're sleeping in a bookshelf, everything that's surrounding you is like imagination in essence. And there's these cool common rooms that like look down at the city in Tokyo, and all the lighting's all like warm I can't remember the name of warm lighting when it's like that orange glow. But it's all like that, and it's all decorated with books. It's kind of this weird mix of like hostel, capsule hotel. And I went nuts with, like, my rule is always, whenever you're going to make a video like that you should take 3 times the footage that you expect. And this time I took 5 times. So there's like so much that I have to work with to turn it into something high quality. Hey, Obi-Wan, that was awesome. I received your email today, and I was going to respond to you, but I was in transit from Tokyo and stuff, and that's awesome. I really, really, really appreciate that. And it's funny that you mentioned that, but yeah, very, very shortly, probably in the course of this week, I'm going to select what will be... I want to narrow it down because I don't want to give people too many decisions to make, because that's a pain in the ass. I just want to highlight, showcase the 10 best photos I have, and I'm going to be releasing those as a package, basically, like you're talking about, that people can get it through Patreon. So that'll be available really, really soon. Thank you very much, Jason. I appreciate that very, very, very much. You as well in your studies. Thank you, lovely kid. They are dying. They're dying. They're falling over themselves. Thankfully, no one is actually dead yet. I'd feel bad about that. To change. Kawaru. Nice. From Yoyogi. You're in Yoyogi right now, Daniel? What do I do for a living in Japan? I am a direct hire elementary school teacher. So I work directly for a board of education as an elementary school teacher. Previous to that, I had worked in junior high school. But I've talked about it many times in my videos. Better teachers come from elementary schools because you have total control of the classroom. And not only that, our area that I work in is sort of a test area for... like more intensive English, so it even raises that bar that much more. Do capsule hotels cater to tall gaijins? Actually, here's another theme of the video, Kyle, is that when you go to this place, I'm really going to try and make the point, and a lot of things that we do in life, it can't be you think of it in the traditional way that if you're going to a hotel, you're going there to get a great sleep, because honestly, the actual sleep quality that I got there was kind of shitty, and specifically that I'm tall enough that I just barely fit in the little bunk that they provided for me. But it was all the experience. It was that while I was awake and cruising around and reading the books and, chilling, it was amazing. And then as an afterthought, when I went to bed, I was like, oh, Jesus, sleeping here could be a hell of a lot better. But that was not the point. That was not the point. Other capsule hotels are big enough, and you don't need to worry about something like that. Uriba. Uriba. Oh, no, that's wrong. Uriba. There we go. Kawaru. To change. To break, to destroy. I keep screwing this up. No, kawasu. That's a good question, Dustin. If I only knew who that was. Hey Dave, are you more happy and comfortable to live in Japan rather than your hometown now? Absolutely, Jacob. Basically because I feel propelled to evolve, and if I'm not evolving, if I'm not working on some project, then I feel horrible. I know not everybody is like that, and I don't advocate it as always a healthy mindset, but if I'm not doing it, it drives me insane. And to have stayed in my hometown and to have never have left, I wouldn't have amounted to anything that I'm so interested to do. And I would never have arrived as I am now speaking to you guys. So I'm very, very happy to have left my hometown. For me, life really is, it's an adventure, and that can't be found by staying in the same place, in my opinion. Jamie Bookju, you do know that the brain cannot fully fall asleep at a new place. I did not know that, Jamie. I did not know that. You've just taught me something new. I've learned like 3 new things today. I didn't know that octopus arms each have a brain in them. Did you know that? 99 Julio, which JLPT are you studying for? I'm studying for the JLPT 4. And then straight from that, if I pass, I'm going on to the JLPT 3. And from that to the 2 to the 1 to the... I'm moving on up. Moving on up until I get that one and really open up my prospects here. Huh. Well, I'll look that up, Jamie. That's interesting. Hello, Latoya. Welcome. Yeah, definitely. That is like capsule hotels are the perfect, super convenient thing that if you got a little bit of time on your hands, then and you didn't book into a different hotel, say you don't have another person who's going to spend the evening with you to go into a love hotel, then you get a capsule hotel and it's super, super cheap. Like a good cheap one will only run you about 3,000 yen. So it's a good deal that you can sleep in Tokyo for 3,000 yen, kind of on a dime. I was living in London. I need to practice no gaikokujin here in Hokkaido. Graduated college in America. I got my CNA certificate, and I wanted to. Is it here in wanted to go to Japan? I think I need to be fluent in Japanese for what? For what, Ami? What do you got to be fluent in? Han, strange. Come on, here we go. I'm gonna finish this off. And place where things are sold. Uriba. Uriba. To be broken. Now these two I keep screwing up. Kawareru. There we go. Yeah. That's better. To break. Koasu, yeah, is this. To destroy. Kowasu. Yeah. Have I ever seen the movie Lost in Translation? I was talking about this the other night, Mixie. Yeah, I've seen that movie, and I absolutely freaking love that movie. I generally like, what's his face, from it. But yeah, I think, I was saying this the other night, that it's a perfect example of how, as we grow up, as we get further into life, everybody's asking the question, if they've got a couple of brain cells to rub together, what should they do with their life? And Bill Murray, thank you very much, Kyle. We do, like, at different points, like I say, unless you're one of these people who's like a happy idiot, that you kind of wonder how you fit into anything, and the background of like throwing somebody into a foreign culture and that feeling of an alienation and isolation, which is really highlighted in the movie so well. But also, like, it seems to me it was a perfect symbol for, yeah, it's about Japan, and if you move to a different culture, that's how life is like. But at the same time, how that is life in general. Kind of, and that was the cool thing, obviously, about Bill Murray being this role. One of my favorite lines, and it was edited into a song I heard recently that I love. I can't remember the name of the group that does it. But it's she asks him a question in the movie at one point where she's like, does it ever get easier? And he says, no. Yes. And it was like, the more that you know what you want, the more you don't let things bother you. But the point being that it doesn't necessarily get easier. It's just that you get better at accepting change and accepting alienation. And no matter where you go, that you'll be more comfortable with that, even though it still retains its level of difficulty, and life is more meaningful as a result of that difficulty. Oh, I'm starting to lose it. I'm losing it. Too many. I do like staying up with the questions here. Okay. What is Japan's favorite car company, do you think? Good God. That's a good question. I don't know what Japan's favorite company is. I don't know. It's definitely not Mitsubishi. Mitsubishi's had to get like backed out by quite a few people. Have I thought of, yeah, I've thought of traveling to a Scandinavian country. I've thought of traveling in general. I would just love to travel more. Absolutely. I think traveling is one of the coolest things you can do, but I also like to do it in, not that you couldn't do it in short bursts, but I like, just like I've done in Japan, that if you go somewhere and you set up, that you more deeply experience the culture, which is something I want to do. Oh god, I would love to, Steve. I would love to go to like some more Mediterranean places. That's a big one for me. I would love to explore the Mediterranean and to speak with more people who've traveled to find out about places that I don't even know about. I go about that about my like videos when people ask about where to live in Japan, and my advice is usually to find some place that nobody talks about, to go off the grid, because most things are only that we catch are caught in this like very broad lens of what is mass popular, where there's so much beauty in the world that's outside of that focused attention that we have on a larger scale. I would not recommend anybody, unless they're really into that form of work, Jacob, to being working straight up for a Japanese business. Ben2885 asks, what am I using to study at the moment? I'm using Mina Nihongo. I'm using a bunch of reading, like just general reading. I'm using Memrise as an app. I'm using Anki as an app. These are sort of virtual flashcard apps. Those are the couple of things. Also, I have, like, there's no replacement for it, just a ridiculously good teacher. Like, she's awesome. Sri Lanka, that's cool. Best friends are from Jamaica. It's just one big love session here. Yay, Jamaica. What's your favorite thing to study in Japanese? Grammar, vocab, speaking, listening, reading, kanji. Good question. Okay. Oh, man. I think I got a picture. I got to show you guys this. I'll answer that in a second, Kay, but you guys got to see this picture. It cracked me up so much. If you guys ever seen South Park, there's like a fuck are you, dolphins? Oh shit, it's on my actual camera. Where just because of the Japanese accent, like a fuck are you? And now there's this huge ad campaign on in... I swear this would be the video that goes viral for my channel. It wouldn't be one that I work on and edit. It would be if I'd been making like a funny video of this, where Fukui is this prefecture or whatever in Japan, and they've got this big ad campaign called Fukui Happiness. But when you just glance at it, it looks like a fuck you happiness. and that's awesome, obviously. My favorite thing to study right now is Vocab K, because Memrise, that app that I use to study it, is so gamified that you forget that you're studying and you just enjoy it like you would you were playing a game. Watching from Fuchu. Right on. Slovakia, that's cool. Oh, hey, I guess Combita, I probably answered that for you there. Those are my resources. Hello, Ashura. Welcome to the stream again. It's good to see you here. Good to see you here. Johnny Jackson, love from New Zealand. That's awesome. I love seeing where, like, Jamaica, New Zealand, all these different places. That's really, really cool. Yeah, I'd visit Taiwan, Patrick. That would be cool. I would love to visit. 99 Julio is right. None of your apps count for shit compared to going out and talking to people. Talk to a lot of Japanese to your students. They'll love it. And it's not as though those little shits need English anyways. Jeez, Julio, that's a little harsh. That's a little on the nose. But your point does stand that you should speak a lot of Japanese if you want to be better at Japanese. In fact, that's the one thing I'm adding to complement is I'm going to add a lesson during the week that is a straight up conversational lesson where you just go in and you just speak. That's all you do. That's all you do. And obviously that's really, really good. Fuck are you, dolphin? Fukapi. Yep, that's right. Fukapi or Fukapi. Many time ago from old TKO Sam. A many-colored character he is. Working holiday visa versus tourist visa, applying for a teaching position once you get to Japan. Your thoughts? I don't know which lasts longer. I would just go for the one that lasts longer. Harsh is my middle name. All right, Julio, making a stand. Have you ever taken a personality test? So what did you place? I've never taken a personality test. Don't you put me in a box, SD Mixie. Every live stream. Yes, indeed. I'm employed through the BOEK. Did I just catch up with the comments? Yes, I did. Okay, I caught up with the comments. That means I can study. Let's get in here. If it doesn't crash, don't crash, you stupid app. Yuhan. That's new. I've never heard that. Yume. I know that one. Yuhan. Yes, Sam shows a lot of love. I do appreciate that. Kawaru. To change. No, I hit the wrong one. Yume. Come on. Yuhan. Evening meal. Yugata. That's the evening. Yuhan. That's the meal. Bam. Kawaru. To change to vary. Yes. Daiji. That's important. Like taisetsu. Kawaru. Importance. Daiji. Daiji. Hen. Strange or eccentric. What, the same one? Just stack that one after the other? What are they doing? Uriba. Hey, DS the Big. Hi from Germany. Do you watch Japanese TV in your free time, or rather English? Can you keep up with spoken language in TV? No. No, I cannot. I can keep up in a conversation that I have a sense of the context of mostly, but when I like just drop into a TV channel, if I didn't know like how the conversation kind of started, that's really hard for me. And I don't watch as much as I should. In fact, I've gotten some recommendations recently, Big, where there's a site called NHK Easy. And NHK Easy is basically the Japanese news, but presented in super basic Japanese. And so to practice your listening, it's a really, really good resource. One of my 2 Japanese mentors brought that up to me, so I'm going to use that to improve. Francis Settini. So I came to Japan with Peppy. If I apply to be an ALT, will I need to change my visa status? Yes, you would be an arts and humanities visa, Francis, and it's an instructor visa if you become an ALT. But it's not a big deal. Just make sure that you get it done, and it's not a big deal. SD Mixie. How much time per week do you put into your YouTube channel? Have you ever thought about vlogs for the superfans? Funny thing is, SD Mixie, like, I like doing vlogs, and if you go through the history of my channel, if you look at my playlist, like life and travel, I mean, hell, let's use this as an advertising point for my channel. So I'm here, I should push my channel. I'll show you that I love vlogs. I love making vlogs. They're one of the places that I can call it more artistic, obviously, than doing a purely conversational thing. So if we go into playlists and we go into life and travel, okay, so all of these, aside from the super artistic ones like Japan the Beautiful Process, A Prayer in Green, and Kyoto Winter Corridors, all of these are blogs. 12-Minute Day, Lost in Japan, Seaside Park, Halloween in Japan, Japan's Restaurants, Guide for Letting Go. That's a little more philosophical. That gets deep. Let's see. Our ambition is broken. That's philosophical. A Day in Tokyo, Belief Creates Truth, Mind Over Matter, Immigration Day, The Creative Process, The Japanese Ballerina, The Rainy Season, Am I Killing You Yet? Tokyo Memories, Life in Japan, Japan X Canada. All of these are vlogs, and there's 77 of them. So yeah, I like doing them, and I want to do more of them. In fact, the video that'll be coming out next Saturday before the Capsule Hotel is going to be another vlog. So that will be that. That will be that. Okay, whoa, with the comments. And so hours that I put in per week on a highly edited video, you're looking at anywhere between 10 to 30 hours. On one of the speaking ones, I mean, I'll take a couple of takes, but those ones, it's more the whole brute force, like you do the speaking, Then I edit it because I try and remove all the hms and ha's and ums so people just get the straight information. And then it's rendering them out and uploading them and sharing them on all platforms that, like, even the most basic video probably takes me about 3 hours. So if I do 2 of those a week and then 1 super edited, I'm looking usually at somewhere between 15 and 30 hours a week that I spend. And then if you look at something like I did last night where I went all the way into Tokyo, I spent 5 hours there just collecting the footage for it. So, like, it's, long story short, I spend a lot of time on YouTube. Good thing I love doing it. It's called NHK Easy K. That's what I'm talking about. Know how you feel. Study Portuguese to graduate, but it is so easy to read and write, but it's so hard to understand. You're damn right. Okay, I've never heard of that, Kyle, that Keikon Dekinai Otoko. Kanji is hard. Combeat asks, what were my reasons for moving to Japan? In a nutshell, I would say because it seemed like a real challenge, and there's a lot to appreciate in being reminded what an amazing place the world is by staying somewhere that's so unfamiliar to you. It kind of like wakes you up. It takes you out of that sort of every day is the same feeling. It reminds you that, holy shit, anything can happen. And there are, like, people talk about going to other planets, and I'm interested in that stuff. I love sci-fi and everything like that. But you can essentially do that here if you go to a different enough culture, a different enough climate. You might as well have gone to another planet for how different everything feels. It's those are to name a few, but not to flood the stream with reasons why I came. Okay, I too sometimes try an HK. Hello from China, who study Japanese. Do you find it better to learn by also writing or just listening and reading? No, James, I also do the writing. The writing I do when I study Anki, where I don't just do the flashcard. When I get the word right, I also write the kanji out as well. That's the sort. It's some of the most punishing study that I do, but that's one of the forms. Oh, Jamie Book, that's right. That is basically long-term relationship where it had always been a passion of mine. Is related to a friend coming over here when I was young, but then I got in a long-term relationship. Long-term relationship, you're not going to bring that person over. That ended, and then I thought it would be cool to pursue this because that same friend suggested that I come. 18 years, that's impressive. I know Kumamon. What David, wait, it just jumped. It jumped. Ya boy Els. It's been good. Ya boy Els, welcome to the stream. Thanks for dropping by. Favorite anime or movie in Japan? There's so many good ones. I'll throw out another one that I watched. It's like Zatoichi, and it's this blind samurai. And it's some of the most badass action you have ever seen. We got Amasogi. No, I don't even know what that is, Calcifer. What the hell is that? Where were you before you came to Japan? What state? I was in Michigan. I was actually in a province, Amy. I was in British Columbia, Canada. That's where I was beforehand. No worries, Francis. Glad I can be of service. Glad it helps. Okay. Hello from Finland. Look at that, people. How crazy is this? We got people from Finland, from Jamaica, some who are originally from Slovakia. There's so much variety here. It's wild. New York. Okay, you want to go over some Japanese words? Daiji. Means important. Yume means dream. Okay, let's do another Japanese word. Hen means strange or eccentric. Patrick says, did you move to Japan to be a teacher, or did you find a love for teaching once you started doing it? Teaching really was, to me, a means to an end. It still is a means to an end, where I find teaching interesting, but I more like that it affords me the ability to pursue the other things that I'm interested in life, like working on becoming a better filmmaker, like working on writing books, like interacting with a community like this. Like, I almost enjoy more helping people to come over and teach than teaching itself, where that's kind of like my long-term role in terms of a non-YouTube jobby job is to move into something more international, where I could like contribute to the betterment of international relations as the world becomes more globalized. That would be awesome, while speaking some badass Japanese lingity. Hello, Ashley. I'm good. A lot more chilled out, too, because I don't have work the next day. Let's speak Japanese. Yes, lovely kid, let's. Yeah, I'd learn another language after Japanese. I have a wonderful friend. She's Spanish. Bless her heart. Beautiful woman. Her name's Christina, and I'd always thought it would be cool. This woman is a gem, a saint, to speak to her in her native language, because she's learned English and she's working to get her Canadian, I don't know if it's citizenship, but like permanent residence visa. So I'd love to one day speak one of the Romance languages. Smithers, BC, wild. From Austria, boom. How many? Yeah, I've watched Zatoichi. I watched the whole thing. Austria, Finland, the countries. This is such an incredibly multicultural stream. Kyle, thanks for dropping by. Yep, 5 a.m. in BC. Thanks very much. Have a good one. Can't you see the demographic? You should have statistics on it. Yeah, I see the demographics on my videos. For sure, Jamie. For sure I do. I just don't check that stat. If you're talking about where people are watching from, I don't do that so much. But it's fun to see it here in the stream. Hello from Columbus, Ohio. Hello, Terrence. Welcome to the stream. Christina, hearts, 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 and kisses. Tsukomogami are objects which have developed souls. The two categories of Tsukomogami, or Tsugumomo, and Amasogi. Do you have one in your home? I guess they're similar to poltergeists. An object that has a developed soul. If I were to name one, it would probably be my guitar. It's been through a lot. That has a lot of myself imbued into that guitar. I would say definitely. Definitely. DaveTrippin. Spanish or Hispanic girls are cute, but I am partial to half Hispanic. To each their own, Patrick. To each their own. Peach. Hi. Hello, Peach. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream to be broken. Yep. Yeah, I mean, I'm now, because of being so intensive about it, I can read in Japanese, but it's at a super low level, and I mean, that's what I'm working on day in, day out, is to definitely increase my reading ability. That's a huge priority I have, especially if you were to work in any sort of business environment. You've got to read these, especially if you're at a high-level business environment where there's probably a lot of business-level language that is above just conversational. Half Hispanic, fist bump. Nice. I wish I was more stoked for Destiny 2. Yeah, boy, Els. I really do. But they hadn't let me down for a long time. But that last expansion, I was like, ew. You guys got to be more creative than this. Oh, the water's helping tonight. I'm parched. To change, to vary. Boom. Another one down. Daitai. Daiji. Important. Daitai. Roughly. Hotondo. Mostly. What was that? Yuhan. Evening meal. Put down it down. Half Hispanic. Everybody's a mix. I'm like that too. Any tips for grammar? I've been using a website called Wanikani for vocab. I know a decent amount of kanji, so would like to improve it. My big recommendation, Ashley, is reading. Reading gives you an innate sense of grammar, as opposed to that. There is no native speaker alive of any language that thinks of a grammatical form and then uses it. They use it intuitively, and I find that you'll get that from reading. When you read a ton, you get this sense of the language and you just know what is right, as opposed to remembering, oh, this is whatever form, the past present participle connected in a noun, or if you use an adjective, that like jargon, that sort of like, what are they, it's called like academies or whatever. It's like this, or legalese. It's like the language of learning language that is really just a bunch of clutter in your head that you don't need. Zatoichi is a movie, Latoya. Yeah, last expansion was terrible. Kayla Wardlow. This is weird. It's weird? I don't know. What is weird? Kayla Wardlow says bad. Bad! Japan sucks. Okay. Okay, goodbye. Okay. What is the temperature like where you live through the year? Does it ever... it used to bother me before, Calcifer. When I was living in more south of here, like it was even more hot and even more humid. And it was brutal. Absolutely brutal. So now that I've moved a little more north, it's a little more chilled out. So it's much, much better now. Favorite Japanese word? I like that, Kay. That was a good question. There was one I really like. It's basically a compliment. It's like admirable. Is erai. I like erai. It sounds barely Japanese. I don't know. It almost sounds like a Middle Eastern language to me or something. Erai, but I really like that. I also like sasuga as a compliment for people. Not to say admirable, but you're like, oh, sasuga. I knew you'd be awesome or whatever. Or hold on is cool. Shikari shite. Like that's a really cool. Like come on. Or there's like the badass if you want to speak to your girl, that suite koi, and that's like, you know, follow me or leave. But you gotta be careful who you lay that on. Just got here, so hello Crazy Teddy. Thanks for joining the stream. What do you think your Japanese level is at now on the N system? I would say that I'm becoming a much more confident N4 speaker of Japanese. I would never have said that before if not for all the intensive speaking and studying and practicing that I've done. But I definitely now, like, we're doing all these mock tests and exams, and I notice it too when I go in and I speak to my teacher, that the language has totally evolved, where before it was like straight up, I do this because of this, and it'll always be one grammar form, where now I'm getting fancy using volitional, conditional, all sorts of stuff, and it's getting much better. So I would say just above beginner N4. I would say like just entering into intermediate N4 level speaking, because once you get advanced N4 level speaking, you're getting pretty goddamn impressive. SD mix. Oh, I'm skipping people. I don't want to skip people. Meta language. Okay, Noram. Cool. Thanks for filling that in. Okay, Peach. Maybe a dumb question, but is there a possibility to teach English in Japan for a not native English speaker? Yeah, there is, Peach. The way that it works is, you basically, though, have to have been educated in an English-speaking institution for 12 years. So if you're not a native speaker, that you were taught there, and then you can still do it. But you can imagine then that that's a really tough ticket to fill for a lot of people. Yeah, SD Mixie. In fact, I was thinking a really cool thing to do for the channel, and I would go over there and I would take tons of footage, would be to get over to Korea. Show of hands, who likes Korea, who wants some videos from Korea. I would love to get over to Korea and do a ton of videos there. That would be really cool. I mean, maybe that's something I can fund, like Dave goes to Korea or something. That would be cool. My favorite kanji. Is that rain? Is that ame? Hello, Marsh. Welcome to the stream. Hello, Fabix. Hello, Alex D. Is Japan a permanent thing? Do you ever consider moving back to home? No, it's I don't think anything is like, I think our whole, like, we're at our best when we're constantly changing, evolving, so on. You know, I rap on about that. I would like to move into something that was more international relations, or if my channel was doing better, to explore more of like Southeast Asia, do more travel like that. So permanent in the sense that I would always like, if would have a major aspect of my life would be taken up by being in Japan or stuff to do with Japan, but it doesn't have to be that it's like where I always am living. Not at all. Let's see. My family-in-law is impressed when I say arigato. Let's hear a Japanese tongue twister. Oh, man, I was looking up these the other day because I was trying to get the kids to do some English tongue twisters, but I've forgotten them. That's something I'm sorely lacking on. RK Mage. Hello, RK Mage. What's the question? Dave, found your channel a little while ago. I'm researching, working over there. I'm getting a little discouraged from all the nightmare English teaching experience. There's nightmare everything experience in this world, and it will always be an aspect of wherever you put your focus. It'll be like if you were a neurosurgeon, there's going to be nightmare neurosurgeon stories. If you're in sales, there's nightmare sales. It's that the good and the bad exists everywhere. So don't be discouraged or seek out a place that you think will never have that. It's always going to have that. You got to roll with it. That's all. Let's see on what it would be like to work your own business in Japan. Well, in a manner of speaking, I think of YouTube as my own business, but I'd definitely like that to evolve. Zenon, hi Dave, can you recommend a Japanese teaching app program that doesn't cost too much? Hello. Oh, awesome. From Sweden. Yeah, I've been talking about it all night. Xenon, I would use Memrise, or I would use Anki and download a deck for them and start practicing. That's what I would do. Would you ever consider going to North Korea, considering Canada has a decent relationship with them? I was talking to my buddy Dean about this recently, and I am. I'd be lying if I didn't say that I wasn't curious, but do I see it in like any sort of immediate sense? No, too many other things on the menu for now that I would do before going to North Korea. Yep, Steve Ring, highly recommending the Southeast Asia. Unicycle Dev says, hey Dave, how do you stay in shape? I work out 5 days a week, and I eat well during the week, without going into crazy detail about this. And then on the weekends, I let myself go a little bit. I like basically like maybe have one cheat day, and then on the other day I'm just a little less conscientious, but I never let things get crazy out of control. There are many ALT jobs in Hokkaido, Ashley, for sure. This thing jumps ahead sometimes when I'm trying to read the comments, so I get a little lost. Have you ever heard of a non-native Japanese person working in the Japanese Merchant Navy? No, I've never heard that. I think anything to do with like their military or anything would definitely be Japanese nationals. Live in Switzerland. All right, bye, lovely kid. Thanks for dropping by the stream. Catch you later. Yeah, Hokkaido is beautiful. Hokkaido is very beautiful. As a fitness program, do you ever consider body weight training, or do you plan to go to a sports club in the future? I have a gym that I go to 3-4 times a week. So I'm constantly in the gym. The gym is I mean, if you follow me on Snapchat, half the time I'm boring people there with like pictures of me at the gym working out. So yeah, quite frequently at the gym. Change to vary. Kawaru. Gonna get through this. Cam loops, cool. Papa Sprinkles. Phoebix, Japanese are always impressed how much I can drink. Not proud. Do you experience the same like drinking is? Oh yeah, drinking is like, I mean, it's so social here. Nobody drinks like the Japanese. Nobody. I mean, they don't do any other drugs popularly, but they enjoy their drinking. Serious amounts of drinking. I'm originally from Vancouver Island, Papa Sprinkles, and then I lived in Vancouver for 6 years. Any good jobs for Gaijin beside English teaching and don't want to teach? You could basically, if you've got like a master's or you're considered a skilled professional, there's tons of stuff. I mean, I see jobs all over the place as well for people who are they're like skilled in programming languages. That's huge. If you're a software developer, you can do really, really good. There are not a lot of, I mean, there's a couple of guys in my gym, obviously, Teddy, that they're in really, really great shape, but it's definitely, there's a woeful lack of like really, really jacked Japanese people. It's just not something in their culture as much, the like individual training. They're so focused on sports that a lot of their stuff is always team oriented. Yeah, training, yeah, the gym is not, I mean, the gym is big in Japan insofar that you have these group classes that people like attending, and so you see a lot of people in the group classes. No. Oh, there you go, Combi. Yeah, if you got computer science and if you ever wanted to teach, or not teach, but if you wanted to work over in Japan, you'll do just fine. Hello, Mindy's mom. And good morning. Okay, general. Dakara daitai. Dumbo. Daitai means roughly. Oh, I guess that's term. Guess that's it. Daibu. Daiji. There we go. Yep. Crushing through this vocab. Daibu. Considerable. Yuhan. Daibu. Considerably. Oh. Patrick says, do you do a lot of cardio when you have to cut? More importantly than cardio, Patrick, if I'm cutting down, if I'm trying to drop body fat, it's controlling your diet and getting into caloric deficit. That's what I focus on. I do cardio. I run 2-3 times a week, but the focus is way more on adapting what I'm eating. And so and I usually, once I like lock that in, I'm usually losing about 1 kilogram a week. But it's never, to do that for an extended period of time, it makes you miserable. How is it different in Japan when it comes to making and developing relationships? I would say that I've noticed of Japanese relationships that there is more in a Western mindset, or maybe European mindset, that is open with their feelings. And so that's something that you might have to address if you had a relationship over here. As well, there's also, even if it's like new and people are adapting their relationships, that there's a lot of this, like a lot of what Japanese women seem to find attractive about foreign men, or some of them, the guys who aren't assholes, is that they're treated as a peer, but then at the same time, there's sort of this like problem that a foreign guy might have where kind of the negative of that is it's like it's easy to criticize the men for like not treating the women as peers, but then on the other end of things, women are expected to do this other like range of tasks or have these expectations of the men that it's like they've got these like it kind of works in their traditional setting, but if you're not used to that, then it'll definitely throw you for a loop where like you can run into a Japanese girl who is so appreciative of the fact that you treat her as an equal, but then she might have some unrealistic expectations on you for how you're supposed to like spoil her with in terms of like money spent or something, because the men always pay for everything, or you know, some kind of mindset like that. So there's something to work through, but every girl's different, every relationship's different, and so you can, as much as you might be aware of those things, you never know the background, the family they came from. So you got to go case by case. You got to go case by case. Favorite anime? How do you learn? Hiragana is so... Hi, Young. Also, welcome to the stream. Hiragana is actually so limited that I just brute force learn hiragana because there's not so many of them that you can't, with like a little bit of dedicated study, just do it. You just dig in and you learn hiragana. If I had to say a favorite anime, it would be Cowboy Bebop. That's like my go-to. Also for the soundtrack. Man, what a soundtrack. All right, Marsh, I'll catch you later. Catch you on the next vid. Judo or jiu-jitsu bigger in Japan? I thought judo and jiu-jitsu were kind of like one and the same. So that shows you how much I know about the answer to that question, Patrick. I don't really know. Are the Japanese becoming more or less xenophobic towards Western immigrants? Oh, for sure they're less xenophobic. Absolutely. Yeah, there's no doubt about it. There's just more of them. There's more chances for interactions. The Japanese government is actively working to put more native speakers into Japanese classrooms, so kids are getting exposed to it at a younger age. Like every generation around, I would say, any developed country in the world, everyone's becoming less xenophobic, as there's not the opportunity to other people, so to speak, where most of what you're afraid of is simply that you've had no contact with them. So that's definitely seen a lot of improvement. Lots of improvement. The weekend is going really good, Chris. Welcome to the stream. I did some awesome filming last night, went and had a cool experience at a capsule hotel. So it's going really good, and it's cool to be in here this evening, chilling, studying a little bit of Japanese and hanging out. I needed this. I needed a nice chill night. Granted, it's there's some questions, but I mean, I love that. I love answering these questions. This is interesting to me. Okay, so there's throwing. Okay, I see how it is. I'll be right back, guys. I need to load my water bottle. I'm getting parched. Yeah. I was getting some water. Yeah, getting wine. Yeah. '89 2 T9Q 98. What's your perspective on an introvert working and teaching in Japan? I think they do awesome. I mean, there's no reason, introvert, extrovert, why either of those personality types can't shine. I mean, they're all functioning. I think it's like there's a difference between a lot of people see or make the mistake, I think, of seeing introvertedness as a kind of weakness where it's not. It's simply how you experience your emotions. And that's not necessarily as a weakness. So no, I think you do totally fine. Totally. Iowa City, love the bids. Thank you, Jim. I appreciate that. Oh, you know what it is? I mix up Ohio and Iowa all the time. I'm like, so many people. James, I reached out to Simon and Martina, and it's a dream one day to collaborate with them. It's probably going to take me getting a few more subs before they would take it seriously. Or conversely, if I make some really, really awesome videos that they'll be like, wow, it'd be cool to work with this guy. Look at the quality of the stuff that he makes, regardless of the size or subscribership to his channel. So, yeah. But they're cool people. They responded to my email where I sent them, and they said that they would actually do it. I had this idea. We go out, we do this awesome coverage of the Meguro Canal in Tokyo at springtime because it's so beautiful and it's fun generally just to go there, regardless of the movie that you're making. And they were all burnt out. They said that they'd done a bunch of traveling, whether that was just lip service or not. It was a very polite response to the thing. They've got over 1 million subscribers. I have less than 20K. So that was totally cool. Pretty chill people. But I'd like to. Of course I'd like to. I mean, aside from making the awesome video, think of the exposure for my channel. If I did a video with people that size, it'd be really, really beneficial. Robin asks, must-see places in Japan. Cities, parks, anything? Well, if you haven't seen my Nico video, I would highly recommend that. Holy shit, is Nico beautiful. Other places that you could go, depending on the time of year, they like Emperor's Garden and Yoyogi Park in Tokyo is really, really nice. There's also, I can't remember the name of the place, but I got this friend who was describing it to me, and it sounds so cool. Where it's a structure, a shrine, I believe it's a shrine, that is rebuilt every 60 years. And how cool is that? And they've been doing it for hundreds. And so it's supposed to be, of course, symbolic of this like cycle of renewal and how everything ends and then begins again. And I would love to go and see that as well. How long did it take, Calcibras, how long did it take before it felt integrated with the local community? And how long did it take before you started to find native friends rather than other teachers and expats? I feel integrated with the community mostly at my schools, and where I don't actually have a lot of it being that YouTube, like my friends sort of like tolerate me in the sense, the ones that I have here, because like they know just how busy I am, that like every weekend or every day of the week is dedicated to trying to get out, design, or find a new video to do. So it doesn't allow for like a lot of casual, let's just go out and make friends, which I'm fine with. Again, I'm sort of like monkish in that way. I've got the things that I'm passionate about. And so the native relationships that I had that became friendships were like the first Japanese teacher that I had, were like, I love that woman. She was an angel. Misako sensei. If you look through my Instagram, you actually see her in some of the older stuff. She's there, and we would go to like, she would just be on her lessons. She would take me to like museums and parks, and it was really like the Karate Kid kind of stuff, where we'd be walking through some beautiful place, discussing the language, discussing her travels, but that was like this other like sort of relationship I had, because they're usually older people that I have that relationship with, or it's like people that I work with at my schools where I really, really, really like the teacher that I teach with. Like this one guy who's just amazing, and all the kids, there was like, this is a cool anecdotal story here where all the kids had the task of choosing someone that they would like to be like, and they had to write about that in English. And it was amazing to me that these kids could have chosen anyone in the world, and so many of them, when I was looking at their papers, were choosing this teacher. And I was like, I'm not surprised, because this guy, he just exudes this compassion, confidence, and happiness, and he really is like the idealized version of what the older traditional values of Japanese characteristics would dictate you were like. Whoa. Whoa, I jumped too far. I jumped too far. What is going? My phone's losing it. Okay, beer run, nice. Have you or your friends ever had a real life encounter with the Yakuza? I've only met in different sentos, I think they're called, people who I'm pretty sure were Yakuza. But the thing is, the Yakuza, when you meet them, they're pretty, from my impression, it's like disciplined. And the last thing they want to do is have like some sort of stupid interaction with a foreigner where they probably lose a joint on one of their hands for causing some sort of shit that brought attention to them needlessly. So nothing really that serious. They're kind of like, there's nothing that a foreigner would have anything to do with that would matter with for them. Broderick Hodge, hey Dave, I need to ask you something. Do you think that after 2020 that English teaching population and jobs will diminish and English teachers will be deemed no longer required? No. I'd argue that forever will now there be a greater focus on Japan, even more so that the demand will go up. That's my kind of short of it. Okay. Oh, thanks very much, James. I really appreciate that. If you're referring to like Simon and Martina and me, then that's pretty high praise to be lumped in with those guys, because they make awesome videos and they're so chill. They're great people. I really enjoy their stuff. They make me happy, and I think that's why they have such a great following, is because they're those kind of people. And they make fantastically edited videos. There was like the Sushi Master one or whatever, and I noticed that they used, like, I was trying to kind of create as sort of a signature of my vlog style editing, that I would do that sort of like comic panel separation. And I noticed in that video that they were doing it, and I wondered, quite like flattered by it. I was hoping that it was true, that if they'd seen my videos and were emulating some of it. But then I thought, I'm probably not the first person to think up comic paneling editing, so they're pretty creative people, so maybe they just arrived at it themselves. But I was like, I don't know, I was the only J vlogger I'd seen that was doing that, so I wondered if they'd borrowed some inspiration from it. But maybe a conversation I get to have with them one day. It'd be super flattering if they did. If not, then I'm not surprised, because they're very creative. Any other Japanese YouTubers I'd like to collab with? Chris Abroad, like I've mentioned now in 2 streams, and I've got to get in contact with him again. And that would be awesome, because like the way that he conducted himself in the correspondence, we had the guy's a 10. He's a class act. He's a classy dude. He's a great guy. I think he cares about the right things. So I'd like to do a collab with him. Like, basically, if somebody does really cool videos, I want to collaborate with them. That's it. And even if I find like a cool video goes beyond editing, like if somebody has a really interesting discussional perspective, like I'd love to do a discussional video with somebody. So I'm pretty open to collaborations with so many people. Golden Pavilion. I don't think I've visited the Golden Pavilion, Teddy. Okay, I'm pausing here. I'm reading. Do you know the high season to apply for dispatch companies in a Kaiwas is your videos are really great. Hello, Scatterbrain. Welcome to the stream. Basically, their school term starts in March, and so I'd anticipate that they're probably trying to get stuff going 6 months prior to March. 3 to 6 months before that. Probably 6. So whatever month that is, I would say that. YouTuber's got gimmicks. Dave's got Dave. You damn right, James. Thank you very much. Have you had any real struggles or stresses while teaching? Yeah, of course I have, Calcifer. Life is full of it. Yeah. Yeah, there you go, Fabix. Yeah, only young, stupid Yakuza would do it. That's, yeah, that's exactly right. They just wouldn't do something stupid. Or, I mean, I think they would have the, what would you call it? Damn it, I hate it when I'm losing, like, English words. I gotta read more. The deference? No, it's not deference. The restraint? I think the restraint, yeah. To not do something like that. Jordan Sugimoto. Japanese girls or Canadian girls? Both. What's your favorite thing about teaching ES versus junior high school? Good question, Kay. I really enjoy. I like just if you're having a killer lesson because you got the attention of the class held in the palm of your hand, and they're hanging on your every word. You're making people laugh. You're making people learn. Everything is a result of your creation prior to it. So. Yeah, when you're having a class where you're really on fire, it's awesome. It's real good. Yuhan. Nice, just cracked through another one of these. We're going slow on this whole Japanese study thing, but that's okay. Japanese girls are complicated. I think girls are complicated in general, but I think we all are. Daigakse. Daitai general. See if I can crush through this. Taite, mostly. Daibu, considerably. Maybe just your wife. It's hard to say, Fabix. Only you know the answer to that. Mostly. Taite, yeah. James, how challenging was it to shoot the Halloween video as a one-man band? I'm so appreciative of the fact that you would ask that question, James. It was really challenging. If you watch, probably most of all, the Halloween video and Japan the Beautiful Process, that like the Beautiful Process one being the one that's sort of like my premiere like video I show for people on the channel. Those are super, like, that you are a one-man show doing all this stuff, like, all the time that it takes, all the angles that you're doing, that it's all you, it's challenging. But I love that, of course. I mean, it makes it so satisfying at the end that people are like, oh, did you work with anybody on that? Did you pre-plan it or whatever? Did you brainstorm? You're like, no, that is 100% what I worked on and produced. So it's really cool. As a tall person, it's not hard finding an apartment. Not in the new buildings. I mean, this place it's big enough. Totally big enough. Not hard. Daitai general. Daibu. Daite mostly. Although last night when I went to that when I went to that capsule hotel, it was two how tall are yous in a row. Let's guess. This is like at my classes at school. The kids are always like, "How tall are you?" I make them guess. Let's have some guesses in feet or centimeters, people. How tall do you think I am? What food do you miss the most from Canada that you can't get there or is totally different? I would say definitely real pizza. Real Western pizza is, god damn it, do I ever miss that. As well as half decent Subway's way better. We got some good guesses in here. I'm like 6'1.5". I'm 185, 186 centimeters. Good guesses, people. Those are very good guesses. 5'11". Come now. 5'11". This is not a channel for ants. 6'4". Jesus. Actually, it's funny you say my brother's 6'4". Chillax. Okay, break that down. How do I learn Japanese without using money? Go online and find good channels where people teach Japanese and just pen and paper, take notes on whatever it is. Will kanji be a problem when learning Japanese? There's a book that's good called Remembering the Kanji I could recommend that basically teaches you all the meanings first, and then you can infer the vocabulary from understanding the meanings, and then it's after that, when you grow more confident in understanding the basic meanings, that you can move on to the different onyomi and kunyomi and different pronunciations of things. I'm satisfied with that answer. Is 6'1" very tall in Japan? I'm 6'3". I feel like I'm going to stick out even more than just being white. Yeah, that's super, super tall in Japan. Because 6'1" is very tall in Japan. It is not hard for me to basically be almost 95% of the time the tallest guy. It's not hard. That's like a given. I'm not tempted to do that, James. I do that frequently. That's what you got to do each and every day. Fee, fi, fo, fum. Yeah, people gonna ask for pics. Funny. Daigakse, university student. General Daitai. Yuhan, considerably. Daibu. Dream Yume. Yes. Importance. Daiji. 5'6". Phoenix, that is short, but that means that you have a low center of gravity, and people who have that are really good snowboarders. They can be really good soccer players. There's a lot of things that call for that. They call for a low center of gravity. You could be doing good. I hear golfers as well. Favorite family restaurant? Ooh, over here in Japan, they got a couple of those that are good. For just like cheap, crappy food in Japan, I really like Caesarea. Caesarea is really good. Definitely been there. Also, Gusto for like cheap, crappy food. Also a real winner. $5'8" with new shoes, or those fresh, unpacked soles. Korea or Japan? I've never been to Korea, so I couldn't comment. I could not comment. What about my place for white people? Well, there's a lot of white people employed by the BOE here, but a lot of foreigners in general. There's people from Uganda here. There's people from Singapore. There's people from China. Actually, no, Singapore. Do you buy any clothes and shoes in shops, or do you have to buy online? Shoes is an endless search to find a store that's going to have shoes that are a big enough size, but there's other like general stores in Japan that do closer to Western sizes. Particularly if you've ever been in Japan, then you've seen this store called Uniqlo. They're everywhere. It's one of the like most successful companies in Japan, and they totally have clothes that fit me. That's no problem. Shoes, though, are a big problem, Kelsifer. Shoes are a big problem. Dave, have you ever eaten at L&L Hawaiian in Tokyo? I don't know. There's a burger place that's Hawaiian in Tokyo that's amazing. Crazy Teddy, I think you already know the answer. Since you're from Canada, but do you like hockey? And if so, have you been to any games in Tokyo? I can't actually skate, Crazy Teddy. That's always like it's a shock. I feel like I get kicked out of Canada if more people knew that there. But yeah, I can skate, but I can't stop. That's the problem. Yeah, it's yeah. When I was young, I mean, of course, I'm from Canada. Tons and tons of people. Oh, crazy! Owns LNL. That's crazy. Tons of people in Canada. Of course, they play hockey. That's a big thing in Canada. Is everybody likes hockey. Everybody plays the hockey. Everybody skates. Everybody loves it. Yada yada yada. But it was never something I was particularly into. But I don't want to offend the hockey fans out there. It's like teach their own. I could see. If I'm objective, I can see what people like about hockey. That's not juicy, though, is it? I should take a stance. I should either love it or hate it. That's what people want. They want strong opinions, no balance. Okay. Not an amazing skater, getting better, wanting to join a beer league. Cool, yeah, that'll be fun. Fabix, I heard that many people get frisked or stopped by the police. It never happened to me. About 10 times in Japan for 2 to 3 weeks. How about you? I've never had the police stop and ask for any information except for once when I went to pick my buddy up from the airport and I almost left my car parked where you can only pick and drop people off from, where I was like, that's totally reasonable. They're at the airport. They're just doing their job. So I didn't feel bad. And they were super polite. Japanese cops are hilarious. They were like, I mean, all they did was compliment my Japanese. They were like, oh, well, you must have lived here for a long time because your Japanese is so good. And I was like, no, it's horrible. You're just being polite. But yeah. What's my favorite place in Japan? I suppose it's been all, I get all wistful here with you for that one, John Smith. It would be like moments in Japan. Like different times, like a couple of times at spring, where one of my favorite memories here was with my first Japanese teacher. And she took me to a spring festival where I met all of her like retired teacher friends, and we all got drunk in this camper, and it was everybody communally like barbecuing and cooking, and I barely spoke a word of the language, so it was like funny trying to communicate with each other. And then eventually we went down to this lake, and all around the lake they were doing fireworks, and of course there was all the cherry trees in full bloom, almost to the point where they were falling. The cherries blossoms were falling from the trees, which there's a word for, which is like petal blizzard in Japanese, which is really beautiful. But I can't remember. And we were walking around that, and I was drunk off my ass, having a great time. Where again, language being so much more than actually just straight up knowing the words. It's like how you are, your vibe, your energy with people, and we were all having a great time. And it was so cool to me because I was like, however old I was at the time, where my Japanese teacher is in her 50s and most of her friends are, but there's no separation in terms of how everybody's able to like identify with each other and have a good time. And there was like, they do chocolate bananas. There's all these Matsuri festival foods around this lake. And one of the things, like rock, paper, scissors is super popular here. Everybody, if you ever been here, you'll find out or know. And like they had chocolate bananas, and I was doing rock, paper, scissors for these chocolate bananas, drunk off my ass, and I like beat the woman, so I got bonus chocolate bananas, and it was an incredible memory. I don't even know why I'm talking about that right now. That was just a great memory. Oh, it was favorite place. It was favorite place. That's what it was. Is it true that Japanese police officers do not carry guns? I don't think they do, Mindy. I don't think they do. Somebody else who lives here, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't remember seeing them have guns. Soul Brother Uno. Fellow Canadian, keep up the dope work. Thank you, Soul Brother Uno. Woefully Xenon, I do not listen to any Japanese bands. Full disclosure. How much alcohol can the Japanese handle? Are they getting drunk easily? Depends. Strangely enough, I find that the women can drink like Vikings. I've like just seen some incredible amounts of alcohol drank by women, and it doesn't even touch them. I've seen a lot of messy drunks too. I mean, it runs the whole gambit. The funniest thing is like that some of them have this really Asian reaction to booze where their face gets really, really, really red, and that's always been very entertaining to me. Taking, where I was originally when I first started the channel, James, I used to live in a surf town, and I always thought about it. I was like, maybe I should be getting more into this because that would be so cool. It would be so cool to have taken advantage of that. But again, it's sort of this distribution of time where if I was surfing, would I have been able to work on all the other things? But you believe me, I think about it. I mean, I love snowboarding. That I've made time for. I've snowboarded in Hokkaido and I've snowboarded in Nagano so far, which was awesome. What's my favorite literature genre? I absolutely love historical fiction. I love science fiction, but more and more, I just love it all, man. That one, I can honestly say I'm a true passionate lover of reading and books. And so, I mean, on the other, like the non-fictional side of things, I love biographies. I love, I like kind of, I like a bunch of like neuroscience books I was reading, like tons of, and I mean, I've cited in my videos. Like I love all the research that's going on with neurology and biology are fields that really interest me. I'm gonna seriously, as soon as I start talking about it, I'm gonna see the stream drop by like 30 people. But yeah, I god damn it, I love reading. What's one of the biggest culture shocks when it comes to school in Japan versus America? I would say the hive likeness to all the behaviors in class, and the way that like when you listen to the language, how when you think about it in direct translation, that it's such like a weird thing. How, like I say, that hive like behavior, like before you begin a class, it's like ichijikan me, like whatever subject, hajime mas, yoroshiku onegai shimasu, and then they all bow, where it's like this such formality and symbolic language that's used is really, really interesting to me. As well as at lunchtime, it's the same thing. There's a great bunch of lo-fi hip-hop Japanese artists. Good to know. Good to know. Hello, Neb. Welcome to the stream. Love your dedication and perspective. Oh, cheers. Thank you. What do you think is the best place for teens, young adults in Japan, somewhere with good nightlife, social experiences, opportunities, etc.? You would find that all over. And I'm not just blowing smoke up your ass. You'd find it all over. Naturally, towards city centers, you find a more kind of like metropolitan atmosphere. And by that, I mean like a more open atmosphere. But in the countryside, you get that country hospitality. Like, I think people get sick of my like gray answers, but it's true. There's but good nightlife places. I mean, obviously Roppongi's awesome. Obviously Shibuya's awesome. That's really, really good in Tokyo. Kyoto has its own nightlife. If you're in Osaka, it's got a bump in nightlife. Ski hills compared to Canada. Skiing's really good in Japan. If you go up to Hokkaido, there's tons of amazing stuff. Nagano has amazing stuff. Tochigi has amazing stuff. But where I'm from, Vancouver Island has like one of the best kept secrets for snowboarding or skiing in Canada. It's called Mount Washington on the island, and I used to go up there weekly when I lived back in Canada, and I imagine it's like totally different now. So many more lifts and the hills totally changed. Pardon me, but yeah, both are really, really good. I mean, then in Vancouver, I never went to the small mountains, but Whistler Blackcomb, if the snow's good. I mean, I think it's the largest ski resort in North America. Like that's amazing. DS the Big, it's 10 past 10 at your place. When do you usually go to sleep? Usually, again, believing in this triumvirate of fitness of recovery, which is sleep, food, and then actual exercise, I'm usually trying to hit between 10:30 and 11. That's when I would go to bed, but it's the weekend, so I'm being a rebel. Catch you later, James. Thanks for dropping by the channel. Or the stream, or whatever this is, whatever's happening. Can I do an autobiographical dedicated live stream? Like the story of Dave? I love storytelling, so yeah, I could bring people through the story of Dave. It'd be like Draw Your Life, but I simply tell you my life. I'd be more than happy to. I think I got an interesting story. I think I got an interesting story with all the things that make for a good story. Villains, heroes, hope, loss, suffering, kindness. It's all there. Which might be your most interesting subject, considering it didn't affect Canada that much? I don't know. Oh, what are some of your favorite high fantasy books? I don't actually know that many for a historical book recommendation, though. Oh, historical fiction, not high fantasy. Recommendation, though, I'd recommend Battlecry for Freedom, but that's about it, the U.S. Civil War. Okay. Historical fiction number 1, and it's close to home for Japan, is Shogun. I've read that book 3 times, and now because I so recommended it to my friend, we listened to it on audiobook when he was over here. Shogun by James Clavell is freaking unbelievable. It has everything I love in a really satisfying story. That was so good. There's this other one from another job that I learned about that's really interesting, like so simple, but it shows how like a well-written, simple story can be so good. It's called The Good Earth, and it was written by some British diplomat who lived in China for a long time, about this Chinese peasant and his connection to the earth, and how like his farming is what gives him the ability to like get further and further in life, but then through his increased desire and materialism, because he's become more successful, he then kind of, it ends quite sadly, but that was really good. Historical fiction. Those are 2 off the top of my head. I would have to think a little bit more to recommend a few others. Oh, Jesus, is this him again? It's King Rat, probably by James Clavell again. I could check that, but King Rat is about a prisoner of war camp during World War II, in a Japanese prisoner of war camp. And King Rat is this guy who basically learns how to manipulate the system of the war camp to his benefit, even though he's still a rat. He's the king of the rats. So King Rat, that's a huge one. That would definitely be up there. I don't watch TV at all, but I think Japanese TV is extremely bad. What do I think? I don't really watch Japanese TV, Fabix, so I can't really comment on it. My answer is classy. My answer to what? How much he drinks, gets drunk, and is hungover. How much he loves beer. What? Okay. Sorry, don't want to cough in the mic. Maybe I'd do a Draw My Life one day, Patrick, when I was like much larger. But again, it's one of these things. A Draw My Life to me, I think, is like a funny thing to do when you have 20K subscribers. It's like that's got to be maybe when I hit 1 million. That'll be something. Hi, Dave. You probably answered this. Does everyone in Japan, as well as viewers, think you are American? To say everyone would be a bit of an extreme, but tons and tons and tons of people think that I am American. And that teacher I told you about that like I really like, he would ask me, how are things in America? And then he'd constantly correct himself. He's like, sorry, in Canada. And I don't blame them, because I've noticed that, yeah, there are Canadians here, but there's, of all the other ethnic groups, and not just ethnic groups, but all the different nationalities that are here, Canadians are probably underrepresented, even though there are, but of the ones that you do see here, they're not in the majority. So yeah, not Katie. There's lots of people that do, but I mean, tons of people try not to, or like remember and blah blah blah. Isn't different visa for other degrees if you are a U.S. citizen? Don't think so. Swiss, everybody thinks you're American. It happens. It happens. There's superpower. It's natural. Do I read much in the way of sci-fi? Okay. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I read a lot of sci-fi. My favorite author of all time is Peter F. Hamilton. He's unbelievable. He's written about 15 books. I'd say I've probably read about 12 of them. And these ain't little books. Growth of the soil. Yeah, I've not heard of that. Crazy Teddy. Sounds interesting though. Yeah, I've seen tons of Japanese hippies, Calcifer. Oh yeah. I mean, the Japanese, if there's one thing they certainly have, it's like endless, never-ending subcultures, and hippies are certainly one of them. The chillness. This is the chillness. Just a reminder, guys, for anybody who is in the stream now, it's not like you didn't get the notification, but if you follow me on any of my social media, that I'll be like, if you follow me on Snapchat, I'll let people know there that I'll be doing streams. If you're following me on Twitter, then I'll let people know there as well. If you want any more indicators, I always want to let people know that. I'll take this time too, as I've been going for nearly 2 hours, that it's under no obligation, but if anybody does want to donate to support the channel, that there is always my Patreon, and I really appreciate that. So I'll put that into the links down below here, but as I say, nobody needs to feel any obligation. It's something I do. Frontline series, Ember War by Richard Fox. Nope. Oh, you stumped me, Kay. You stumped me. Okay. There is my Instagram is CD Jameson, which is like at CD Jameson. That's my Instagram, if you want to follow that. Oh, yeah, my pleasure, Favix. I love making the videos. I'm on no obligation to do them, and I love that people are checking out the chats, checking out the Instagrams, checking out everything, wanting to spend time here. Favorite anime movie? Since I've said already, my favorite anime movie was Cowboy Bebop, or I mean series. Then I'll branch out to something else here. Like I'll think of other animes that, well, Ghost in the Shell, that was a huge one. That was a massive one when I was younger. The philosophy of it is absolutely amazing. I really enjoyed Ghost in the Shell. So we'll go for that one. That's another one now until I get asked that question again, and then I'll think of another one that I really love. I had considered teaching English in another country, Earl. Although now at this point, I've so developed along the line of my Japanese language that I wouldn't want to move now until I'd gotten a master's degree here and gotten like an N1 and had my like language ability at a point where, yeah, it might get rustier, but I'd still like got a really high mastery of it. So yes, I definitely consider it. I mean, I just love the idea of travel. I want to be an international citizen. I want to contribute to a global community, kind of like, not even kind of like I want to do now with YouTube. I like that it contributes. Like, think of all the different places that people are from in this chat, and I want to contribute to that. And so that doesn't mean necessarily one country. It starts in Japan because that was the first place where I took root. But I hope that it goes to many, many more countries around the world as I interact with the different relationships between countries. And I think that you can get uniquely suited for that by having been an expat. So you appreciate acceptance by another culture, while at the same time missing your own culture. Like, an expat is one of the best people that you could have working, I think, in international relations, because they understand both parties so well as a result of the life they've led. Yes, yeah, I have seen that one, Patrick. That was an awesome one. Very dreamlike, really, really awesome. Johnny RM, I've been living in Japan now for 4 years. Blows my mind. But it's also why I was like, I'm getting on top of this language now. I've been here for a long time, and I don't think you should be here for that long. For me, for my goals, without having gotten better at the language. Yeah, I hear you, Earl. To be conflicted between teaching English in Japan or South Korea, that's a lot of people are asking those questions, and nobody can make the call for you. And there's things to be appreciated in both. Dave with another gray answer. Oh, actually, you guys have inspired me to answer that question from one of my favorite animes, is the Animatrix, that whole series. There's like, of the like 9, there's like 5 or 6 from the Animatrix series that are my all-time favorites. And there's one particularly that is like, I love it. It's so dreamlike. I almost tear up when I watch it. It's called Beyond, from the Animatrix. The episode of the Animatrix is called Beyond, and it seems transcendent. When I watch that, it's like it reaches through the veil, and it sees, like I say, I'm always in search of this kind of like magic in life, and realizing that it's there. And that anime, that particular mini episode from the Animatrix, captures that feeling so perfectly. I should watch that again. It was so good. Hello, Leanna Douth. Welcome to the stream. You're very welcome for the videos. Thank you so much for checking them out, gracing them with your presence, commenting, however you are active on the videos. I really, really, really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Where did my study go? Here we go. Daigakse. Hello, Kane. Welcome to the stream. Taite. Daibu. Johnny asks, in your point of view, are the Japanese closed-minded in foreign influences culture? I would say on the worst end of things, Johnny, yeah, that they are. I would say that at the worst end, that you'd be blind not to recognize in Japan a really like seclusionist behavior that would see everybody booted out of the country and a return to the most. Yeah, you are awesome, Jacob. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. I really, really appreciate that. Big round of applause. I've got to like set up the live stream so I can give greater thanks for when people decide to do those tips. I really appreciate it. You the man, Jakob. Thanks so much. But to finish that question from Johnny, feel free also, Jakob, if you got a question, I'll answer that. You tipped, so like if you got some burning question, I'll get back to it. On so like I said, there's these two groups of people, Johnny, where it's like, yeah, they're super close-minded. There's no helping it. It's like any old culture, old people are afraid of everything they don't know, and they hold tightly to it. And then on the more progressive side of things, there's just people in Japan, like of the older generation, that don't want to see their culture lost. And that's all it is. It's not that they fear other cultures. It's that they want to embrace the rest of the world, but they don't want their children to forgo what made their upbringing a good one. And so that's how I saw like this teacher that I like so much, that he has such a passion and appreciation for the culture that is rooted here and wants kids to learn about that, but still at the same time with an open mind to... Obviously, I mean, the guy's an English teacher. His whole job is that he learned a foreign language, that he's open-minded to that global community that's out there. So that's the good end of it. And then you have the extremists on the other who would rather close the door and never have an input from any other soul in the world. But that's in every single culture. Everybody's doing that. Fabix, thank you very much, Fabix. Super appreciated. You awesome peoples. Thank you. It's a big one from Fabix. We're super appreciative. Super appreciative. We're giving a special round of applause for Fabix. It's making me think more that I'll definitely start doing something like now. I just thought these would be cool. We're in here, we're chilling, we're doing question and answers, but I'll try and get themes to these, and I'll also create a more regular schedule for these that there'll be fun stuff to do in the streams. Like when people donate, there'll be some sort of like funny thing that we have to do. I don't know. We'll find something though, because I'd like to make it more interactive than simply my eternal thanks for any of the tips that go down in here. What time is it now in Japan? It's 10:30. It's 10:30. Do you know how, Earl asked, do you know how common it is for people to live off mainly private tutoring English? To live mainly off of that? I don't know how common it is, but I do know that private tutoring is super common. Faziz Chima asks, why did you call your channel DaveTrippin? Well, the reason I called it DaveTrippin is a real simple one. Actually, there's two reasons, but I'll let you guess at the second. The reason I named it that is because it's just a play on the words day tripping, where I was like, if the whole thing is about me going out and exploring the world, then it's all, my life is day tripping, and thus Dave Trippin was born. And then there's one other reason, and I'll let you guess what that is. What is funny is that foreigners actually help keep Japanese culture alive. Yeah, I mean, you could argue for that. That's a really interesting thing to go for. That's right, Calcifer, almost 29 patrons. There's basically, it's kind of like what I'm doing here. There's a lot of informational discussion if people are looking for help to get into Japan that I do on Patreon. And also anybody who signs up on Patreon gets a free copy of my ebook, so you can read Stoneheart. Let's flash old Stoneheart up on the screen right here. You can see the cover art for it, which I'm so fond of showing off to everybody because it's sweet and I love the work that was done for it. And what was I going to say? That, yeah, very, very soon, as a part of the rewards that I'll have on Patreon, will be when people sign up for that I send them one of the professionally made photo prints that I've done from the photography I've had here. So you can get like a legit memorabilia from in Japan of some place taken in the country from yours sincerely. You said in a video that during certain times of the year they take away parts of your pat. How bad is it? I want to answer your question, Jakob, but... Oh, your pay! Your pay. I can read into that. I can totally see what's happening here. Put that down like that. There we go. I can totally see what you're throwing down there with the... with that question. So to explain that, Jakob, basically if you work for one of these companies like Interact or one of these large companies, they say that they're going to bring you over and they're hiring you at this rate of 230,000 yen per month. And that's like they drive that into you. It's one of these, it's like lying by omission, where they haven't totally lied, but they omit the fact that there's certain, or they focus very, very little on it, or just sort of like sweep past it, that when you have these times a year where the schools aren't on, unlike working directly for a BOE where there's like whatever other things that you're going to be doing, you're not working. And so during that time, you're given half salary, and that's like at Christmas and that's at summer. One of them has a little more, one of them has a little less, but yeah, it's basically prorating your pay for these times when you don't work as much. Depending on lifestyle, that can actually be a really good thing for some people, because in those cases, what you have is people who want to travel way more, and they don't care that they've had that their cut pay. They're like, oh, well, you can cut my pay, but I'm gonna now explore the country so much more. But if people are trying to save a little more, and that was never made clear, just kind of like swept past as an unimportant detail, then it's really important, because it's hard to save when you got these like 3 or 4 months of the year where they're not paying you as much as you thought they might be. Johnny RM, is YouTube big in Japan? And keep up the good work. Love the videos. Thanks, Johnny. I really appreciate it. Yeah, YouTube is huge in Japan. Like, and I'm so happy that at my schools, it's always remained like, it's so harmless. Like, the kids find out, or like sometimes the kids have found my channel, but it's again a reason that it's like, it's not like I'm purposely making family friendly content, but I don't do like cringy, like swearing every second word. I don't do prank videos or something. Like, I love doing like cool artistic videos or discussional videos or whatever, but it's all pretty clean fun for the family. So I've not had a problem with it. But yeah, YouTubing is huge in Japan. I mean, just to show you, I mean, YouTubing, I suppose, is growing generally speaking as well. But when I went to that capsule hotel the other night and I was speaking to the receptionist there, he's like, "Are you a YouTuber?" And I was like, "Yeah." And he was like, he was stoked to be in the video, and he's like, "Okay, wait, let me think about what I'm gonna do and what I'm gonna say. Like, I want this to be good if it's on YouTube." So I was like, "Yeah, this stuff's getting more appreciated." And excuse me, newer age businesses are totally aware that it can be a benefit for their business if you get a big YouTuber in there. Like, if Simon and Martina come to your restaurant, yeah, you're gonna see an increase in business. Like, it's smart for them. So it's definitely getting up there. Oh, what is this? Oh, damn. Oh, snap. Huge shout outs. Thank you so much, Chris. Thank you so much, Calcifer. Both new pledges on Patreon. I really appreciate that, guys. I'll be sending you over a copy very shortly of the book that you see on the screen here. It can be read in any e-format, so you can read it on your phone if you don't have an e-reader or wherever else. So basically, there's you'll find a way. You'll find a way. So thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Okay, more questions. Am I on lysergic acid? Asks Ben. I don't know, Ben. I'll have to leave that up to you. You make that call. Calcifer, I was thinking about it. That thing, what you're talking about there, the Patreon-only streams. Yeah, I would totally do that, to do like a focus group that if people wanted to get in there, whether it was for Japanese study or like they had like a laundry list of questions that they wanted to get through. I'm always looking for new ways on Patreon to like show a special appreciation for people who are putting in that extra support to the channel. So I'm always considering that and welcoming suggestions from the community there. So yeah, you better believe it. You better believe it. I would consider doing that. James says, thanks for all the work. Oh, I appreciate it, man. I thanks so much for checking out all the stuff I make. I wouldn't have much of a reason to do it if I didn't have people who would check it out and appreciate it. Things have been good, Salty. Things have been good. Just dropped. Yep, yeah, and it came through, Chris. Yeah, I can confirm that. Jakob, was that twice? Did you? Jakob, you're ridiculous. Thank you so much. Thank you again, Jakob. Tipping again. Jakob's the man. He's on fire tonight. This is awesome. This is great, honestly. These tips, I mean, just to fund that trip into Tokyo, you were basically making that trip that I just did to Tokyo to do all that filming. You're helping with it. That's one of the legs. I mean, if we look at it now, when I think of the transport, it cost me about 4,000 yen to get in and out of there, and that's dropped by 700 yen. So that's my travel costs have already been partially covered. Yes, thank you to the donators. Really appreciate it. Okay, Neb, odd question. Have you ever witnessed or experienced anything strange or supernatural in Japan? The UFO phenomenon is huge in America, and I'm curious how it is over there. I wish, Neb, that I had cooler stories to tell in that respect. I do not. I've never had something supernatural. And I wish that I had, or maybe I should be careful what I wish for, right? But I've never had something like that. Wish I had a cool story to share with you there. Do I miss Canada at times? Yeah, Fazil Chima, I miss Canada all the time. And I miss my really good friends there. I miss Devin. I miss Russ. I miss the forests of my home that I used to run in, at the risk of sounding like a dirty hippie. But damn it, I got some nice forests I used to run in. What do you think is the biggest problem I have in Japan? The biggest problem I have in Japan is my frustration with not being yet further with the language. But it's a labor of love. It's a mountain I'm always climbing. And as I improve, it gets better. Liana Douth. Hey, Dave, I was wondering if Japan... or maybe Japanese companies provide you a visa. Can you cancel your contract and go work to another place? Yeah, so basically the way that work visas work, from my understanding, like at least the ones that I have, I don't know how it would be for like when you're considered a skilled professional, the visas you have in that case. But once you get your work visa, that's separate from your actual work that it is that you're doing. So if you canceled, then you're totally fine. So like you got your work visa. If it's good for 5 years, then you can be in the country with that work visa. Excuse me, and you could find alternative work. Catch you next time, Jordan. Thanks for dropping by. Yeah, get that gusto. But yeah, so that's how people who are working for Interact jump ship mid-contract and go work for Peppy Kids Club, or people from Peppy Kids Club go and work for Interact, that kind of thing. Linksys, what would you recommend for staying in high school? I'm with Interact at the moment on 2 years. Was looking into the BOE, but it looks like into the BOE, but it doesn't look like BOE employee high school ALTs, at least in Aichi. Trying to understand this question a bit better. High school. I see what you're hitting at there. The interest there that you have. Yeah, getting out of, I hate to say it, but it's getting out of my realm. Oh, geez. I'm getting questions on Snapchat. I don't know much about high school teaching, so I cannot say. Linksys, depends on the type of work visa you get. A lot of teaching companies will sponsor you. Yeah, that's right, Linksys. That's right. Thank you very much, Jakob, for signing up for Patreon. I really, really appreciate that. I'm sure, Patreon has a bit of a lag, and so I'll probably see it show up here in my emails within the next 10 minutes or whatever. So thank you so much for doing that. That's awesome. As soon as I see it loaded up, and like I say, I'll fire you off a copy of the Stoneheart book as well. So you'll have that shortly and in no time. Hello from the UK, says James Simmons. Right on. Hello, James. I have many friends from the UK. I had a roommate when I was in my first 2 years here who was a shame. I mean, I respect it. Everybody's got a different thing in life. He never wanted to be in any of the videos, but his name was Chopper, and he's a really, really good friend of mine. We really became brothers. Ethnically Indian, but born and raised British, and he taught, actually, well, for 1 year I wasn't here, but he taught for 3 years in elementary school. Crazy good at the language, probably like N2 level Japanese, really, really good. Catch you later, Chris. Thanks for hanging out in the stream for so long. That was cool to have you here. Opinion of Japanese ice cream. That is an excellent question, Kelowna. I think Remone, I think, is the one that I would like the most. I think that's how you say it. Remone. Ramune? I can't remember what it is, but basically I love bubblegum ice cream, and Ramune is the closest that I found in Japan. It's even colored the same as like blue bubblegum ice cream that you can get here. And oh, you better believe that it's absolutely freaking awesome. I love that because I can't find bubblegum, so I have to go for that. I'm a big fan of kakigori as well, which is, every country seems to have a variation of it, especially if it's a tropical country, is shaved ice. And in Japan, they've got like so many different varieties. Right on, Jakob. Thank you, Jakob. Welcome to the team. Thank you for signing up as well. Now that's 3 people. I'll make a note here that I need to send the ebook out to. Really, really appreciate that. TKO Sam is dropping in. He says, "In Trippin we trust." Thank you, Sam. Thank you very much, Sam. Sam, such a complicated man. Have I ever tried Gari-Gari-kun? No, I have not. I don't even know what Gari-Gari-kun is. You have to help me out there. Let me know if you have another question, Jakob, because you tipped. So obviously, I want to do what I can to show a little immediate appreciation for that. Okay, James Simmons asks, "Hey Dave, what's the situation with driving in Japan for Interact jobs?" Oh, it's a type of popsicle, eh? Driving is basically that if you're in the countryside, they're hoping that you're going to have an international driving license, and so they would rent you a car, and they pay for half of the cost of the rental if you're working for Interact, or at least that's how they did it when I was doing it. And so that's one way. Or, if you live close enough to the school, you can say, no, I don't want to even drive. And you can get a bike. You can get a bike and you can just bike to school. Now, one of the pain in the ass, like for Americans, although it probably makes them speak the language better more quickly, is that if you're American, after you get your international driver's license, you have to actually do the road test in full Japanese, which you better believe me, that's got to be pretty tough if you don't have any experience with the language. I would say nigh impossible that you would be able to do that. Where if you're from the UK, if you're from Canada, you can just literally go to the driver's bureau, the Unten Menkyo show or whatever, and you can have your license swapped. Which is really cool without having to do the actual on-road driving test. So that's kind of a breakdown of the driving stuff there, James. That's one way. Have I studied any other dialects, Camerooni? No, I haven't. It's been like the odd time it's been a discussion that people have had where they're like, oh, did you know this about whatever been? Thank you. Holy shit. Thanks so much, Manuel. That's and let's take note, everyone. That looks like, is that the symbol for euros? Is that euros? Or is that pounds sterling? I don't know what. Yeah, that's the euro code. Snap. Everybody, can anybody do the emojis for clapping or smiley faces? Let's all smile at Manuel. Thank you very much. I really, really appreciate that. That's euros. It's euros, everybody. That's like $700 in Canadian. That's incredible. Oh, that's pretty goddamn awesome. And if you got any questions, Manuel, please do put it in. Sam is a funny guy. I'm a Japanese. I have never seen you speak Japanese. Can you really speak Japanese? 最近はいっぱい勉強していますので、だんだん良くになります。There's a little taste. You hear me speak some Japanese. Is that legit? I mean, I know my accent's horrendous, but I think that's grammatically correct. There's a little taste. There's some taste of Japanese for you. How much does the JLPT exams cost? It would be about 5,500 yen. It's a type of popsicle K. I did not know that. I'm learning things. In Todatsu, people getting bigger, fat. Is that the same case? Where are you? I haven't. No, I have not noticed people getting especially fat. Yeah, I'm loving. Okay, awesome. All the clapping support from Manuel. Okay, moving to Melbourne. Right on. Interesting. Austria. Cool. Yeah, this is. I want to travel. I want to travel more, but I will. And for the time, I should be grateful for the fact that I'm in Japan. So I shouldn't be so, so petty. Being Tom Petty. Thanks for a pretty general quiz. But what do you think is the best time to come to Japan? Oh, we did this one the other night. I would argue if you go during spring, it's a really, really beautiful time to come. But because it's so popular, because it's such a popular time to come, that it's a little bit more expensive. Where then if you want to be like price performance kind of thing, if you do fall, then you're in a really, really good position because fall is so beautiful. It's cooling off. I think it's just as nice to be here, and you're not going to have flights that are quite so expensive. Shanix Fujiwara asks, arigato gozaimasu versus gozaimashita. What's the difference when to use that? Basically, arigato gozaimasu is thank you very much, and gozaimashita, because shita is the past tense form, it's like saying thanks for that. So the thing is, you can say thank you very much or thanks for that in the present moment at any time. So they're really interchangeable with each other. You don't need to worry about it. Like it's never wrong. Monsoon rains. Yeah, that's. Sam. Hello, Sam. Welcome to the stream. September. I would say towards the end of September. If I were to recommend a time like in September is one of my favorite months again because like at half September, you start to break through the heat of the summer. SD Mixie, let's nerd out and let's hear about your PC specs. Actually, that's something very near and dear to my heart, Mixie, because when you're editing, the specs of your PC matter so much. And through the course of my development here on YouTube, I started with Windows Movie Maker, then I moved to Sony Vegas, and I was literally at a point, if anybody saw my video that was Vancouver x Canada, that's like for vlogs, like one of my, like when I was really trying to up my game, my old computer crashed 5 times trying to render that video because it was like having a heart attack trying to push through the edited content that I was working on. So when I went back during the summer, I bought the computer that I have now, which I'm quite proud of. I got it on sale. Of course, a lot of the gear within a year is aging rapidly, but it's made a huge difference. So I got an i7-6500 processor. I've got 16 gigabytes of RAM, and I've got a GeForce 970M. I've got a 256 solid-state hard drive with a terabyte straight slave drive non-solid state. So those are kind of the core specs: the video card, the processor, the RAM, and the hard drive. There you go. I did that pretty good, right? I'm actually a huge computer nerd. When I was growing up, that was like my dad was I suppose he's retired, a computer programmer. And like through my whole growing up, that would be a part of the DaveTrippin saga. If you want to hear like the story of my life, was growing up with computers in the house and being one of the first houses to have them. And I remember when we went from having a non-color monitor to a color monitor in our house, and like what a huge thing that was to me. And I think it's definitely another aspect of why I've appreciated the kind of like rapid development of technology, is having computers so at the center of my life. You don't mention, let's see, I don't want to skip questions. Okay, you don't mention about your age. How old are you? Yeah, I mean, how many people, unless you're really insecure, who wants to go talking about how old they are all the time? But let's take guesses on that. Can anyone guess how old I am? This will be either incredibly complimentary or really, really kind of a downer, depending on what you guys guess. Again, this is like school. One of my classes, I always want the kids to guess my age. It's fun. Where in Japan are you residing? Least desirable prefecture, but I don't like to get too specific, obviously, for privacy reasons. Gerard Furman. Are Japanese brand cars cheap as hell there? I heard cars like the Lexus, Mazda, Mitsubishi. The Japanese so appreciate new cars, and because of the shokken and because of car tax, the domestic car market in Japan is amazing for buying cars, but for resale, it really, really sucks. So you can get super cheap, affordable, amazing cars, but your resale of them is going to be pretty shitty, so you need to be cognizant of that. Food question. Is it more common to make food at home or eat out when you're living by yourself with a roommate? I'm always eating in because of this, again, because I'm trying to be like healthy dude. So I'm eating in quite frequently, but yeah, I like to go out to eat as well. There's so much good food in Japan. How could you not? Holy shit, when I didn't see how far it went down that people started guessing the ages. But I'll almost get there, and then we'll get through this. Damn it, the 12 messages have been really lit up there. That's funny. What is a good budget or starter camera to start blogging with? Now, which is unbelievable, the value that you get for getting this camera, is the Sony a6300. The fact that it is an incredible like sensor size, so it's great in low light, that it does interchangeable lenses, that it does 4K video. The a6300 Sony is a steal now. So that's an amazing steal, price performance. But budget, I suppose you'd go down to like the one that I'm using now, the Canon G7X Mark II. But when they're within $300 of each other, and the 6300 is so much better, I would recommend that one. Really giant wasps. I haven't really seen a lot of giant wasps. I think it depends on your budget. Eating at home would be cheaper. TKO Sam asks, question: If I was to do anything with my life, how hard should I spray, and should I do it fiercely? Well, I think we all know the answer to that. We should all spray hard. We should all spray fiercely. Okay, here's the guesses for age: 24, 32, 43, 32, 28, 31 to 35, 28, 36, 31, 34, 41, 20 years old, 29. Troopin gets in there. Troopin is just showing up. 29 to 32. Dad, early 30s. All right, you look over the age of 18 since you're in Japan. Does it look like your past 20s? I would put you in 30s, like 34. There's some great variety here. Rad says 58. Interesting. Okay. Good call on the beginner vlog is pretty amazing. It is good, amazing. Thank you, Kablamo. I think through our correspondence, you're like quite well versed on film stuff, so you know what I'm talking about. The answer to this question is I am 32 years old. I was really enjoying some of the mid-20s there, though. There was a nice, honest smattering of 20s in there. Makes me feel good. Healthy skin. Yeah, of course I remember you, Kablamo, whether it's like through your comments on all the videos or through email correspondence. Like, Yeah, absolutely. I remember you. Oh, I really appreciate that, Kablamo. Yeah, we definitely like. I know Kablamo Productions. I think you've been watching at least for a year. Like, I'm certain of that. I've seen Kablamo around for some time. For some time now, Kablamo's been showing up. TKO Sam, I'm not even going to comment on that. Okay, 3 years. That's what I thought. I didn't want to assume that, and then you were like, dude, I haven't watched for 3 years. But yeah, I thought so. I was like, he's been around. This dude's been around. David accidentally sent you a Snapchat about 40 minutes ago. Oh no, it's no worries. It's no worries. I saw that. I was like, what is this? What is this? Okay, we're putting a question out to, there's a fellow here in the chat and his name's Rad. We want to know what Rad's favorite movie is. We're putting him on the spot, everyone. We want to know what he thinks. Because I think Rad is quite a film buff. 24 to 28, you damn right, Patrick. You damn right. It's funny, it's like it's worked in reverse. When I was young, everybody said that I was old. Now that I'm old, everybody says I'm young. Fuck yeah, that's what you want, right? What Snapchat? No one's laughing at you, Rad. Until you tell us the answer, then we'll laugh at you. Body France asks, do you know why Japanese girls give dates where nothing goes well? What? Please try that question again, Body France. Do you know why Japanese girls give dates where nothing goes well? The time, the place. What do you mean? You mean that just the date goes really shitty? Favorite beer? Oh, this is a good one. This is a remix of, what's his face? That rather Rubenesque rapper. Favorite beer? Kung Pao Enter the Fist? Is that like joke movie? I remember that movie. I saw that and I really enjoyed it. Yeah, I really like that movie. That's funny. I don't know, Body France, if every Japanese girl gives dates where nothing goes well. I mean, I think you've just gotten a raw deal, my friend. I think a lot of Japanese girls have awesome dates. Yeah, it's a joke movie. But Rad, you're not answering. He's evading us, everyone. Let's draw some uncomfortable attention towards Rad here. He's evading our question of what his favorite movie is. It's not to be tolerated here in the stream. Just kidding, though. Okay, Body France. So your point is, yeah, if they worked really long. I mean, I guess that's the thing. I do notice with that because Japanese people work so much that, like, oftentimes when you have to set up a date, that you're looking at, like, setting up a date weeks in advance, and even when they can do it, they're really tired. So it can be tough. But keep looking, Body France, because I think that there's tons of Japanese girls out there who, well, basically just, like, I don't know, they're not like that. They don't have that raw deal, and then you can do a lot better for it. Does it get hella cold there? I live in Buffalo, New York, and it gets hella cold here. I graduate college this year, planning on going to Japan. Basically, Jera, I mean, this is the whole thing, that Japan is like super north to south in terms of like the topography. I don't know. And so if you're living up in Hokkaido, you're damn right it gets cold. But if you're down in the south, not at all. It's like a tropical country down there. So if you're in the north, yeah, it's cold. If you're in the south, no, it's not. Simple geography. Shanix Fujiwara, the stream says I was studying JLPT. I guess the questions, it was 7.5 questions per minute here. I got distracted, but I'm studying for the JLPT 4. I got a mock exam tomorrow for it. The stream said, yeah. You'd think it would be an art film, Radley. What the hell? Super Vixens. You damn right. Hey Dave, not sure if you can remember, but when you wrote your application for Interact the cover letter, why you want to come to Japan section, how long are they expecting? I would say no more than 300 words at all. Like, definitely 300 words would be totally enough. I mean, nobody, even an interviewer, wants to read more of that. For a second, Rat, I thought you said your handle was rapey. No, this is my nickname. I usually go by rapey. I'm a funny guy. I'm so goddamn funny. Nick B, thanks for the videos. They help moving here. Gotten oddly specific questions. Any tips or advice to finding a Japanese ISP or to the big ones? I would just, my tip for that would be to shop around a little bit. Don't go with the first one that you find, because if you shop around, you become way better educated, like with anything, whether it's for a cell phone, internet service provider, anything. The more you know the playing field, the better a deal that you can wrangle for yourself, because you know that you won't get jerked around. James Simmons, do you know much about Kyushu? Honestly, James, I don't. Kyushu, I know that it's like, it's south of me, but I don't. It's that sort of thing, like, I try not to be too much in a bubble. But admittedly, I am a little bit. I get out of it now and again, but I don't know that area that well. I would love to travel more around Japan, and that's sort of like the immediate short, long-term goal, is like, as I get racked up and really get going and have like a more predictable income from, say, something like Patreon, which thank you so much to all the, thank you again to Jacob, to Chris, to Calcifer, joining that crew there. That whole, like, if I get 1,000 people donating $1, then I'm going to be able to travel all over Japan, and of course to places like Kyushu, more to places like Hokkaido, to anywhere. I mean, eventually, I mean, something I'd like to do on Patreon is that I would have monthly votes by the patrons to say, we want to see you go and make a sweet video over there, and I'll go over there, and everybody wins. Because I win, I get to explore and make cool videos, and the subscribers on Patreon get a win because they get to see the next thing that they were interested in. Let's see. K, I wrote about a page, I think. I don't remember. Actually, yeah, K, 300 words is about a page. So yeah, there you go. I like John Carpenter's The Thing. Very cool. If anybody, if anybody wants to see it for later, or they should just watch this channel, is Criswell. And Criswell just did this breakdown of Denis Villeneuve's cinema style. And this guy, I fucking love his movies. He did The Arrival, which is like this legendary, like, it deserves all the praise it's getting recently. And he's directing the new Blade Runner, where I was like, holy shit, it's a given. Blade Runner's going to be gold that this guy's directing it. And Criswell does an incredible job of breaking down and analyzing why the guy's so talented. I know that's really random, but I always want to tell people about Criswell's channel. That's a guy I'd love to talk to. He'd be so good for a conversation. He is an eloquent son of a bitch, and you can just float away on that accent. So dreamy. No problem. Production's good. Yeah, you could get your English teacher with a French accent. I think you could if you'd had enough of an education in English or whatever. I don't see why not. Yeah, Criswell is great, right, Mr. Rapey? Would you recommend going with one of dem charter schools for a 6-month intensive semester, or just move to Japan for 6 months renting an apartment? Goodbye. Criswell is okay, says Kablamo. That was a very reserved response. I love every frame a painting too, Kablamo. I like them both, to each their own. One of the better branches. I think moving and renting saves a ton of money and less stress. Good argument there. Frank Marone, have you ever considered online teaching in order to supplement your income? It's popular with many ALTs in Kyushu. I'd plead the fifth. I don't know anything about online ALT teaching. That's something I'm sorely lacking in an awareness of. It's pretty hot. Rad says it's hot. I'm reading the sequel book, Blade Runner 2. How is there a sequel book to Blade Runner? That's originally Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep by Philip K. Dick, and he's dead last time I checked. He didn't do a second Blade Runner, or maybe he did. I was totally... Your love keeps... I cannot... I'd have to practice it, Sam. I'd want to do it justice. Do you listen to a lot of audiobooks? No, I don't, because for the longest time, Kay, I was like a real big book snob. I still am, where I was like, no, you read the book because something is lost when you listen to it. But then when I finally listened to Shogun recently with my buddy, and I realized that there's a difference aspect that you get when you listen to the book, because you hear all these voices and there's sort of like a childlike experience of being told the story, and it's like you can absorb it in a different way, which is almost easier because it's not on you to read the words from the page. So I could get into it more for sure. Yeah, I'll sing it to you, Sam. That'll be the next stream. Yeah, Prisoners was a crazy movie. That's right. Prisoners was amazing. That was like really, really good movie. He's good at Dread. I'm not sure, but like maybe he did Nightcrawler, which I haven't seen, but apparently I heard that was like awesome. John R. Rapey, good God. Nah, but I'd love to hear you play guitar. I'm a guitarist as well. I've been playing since I was very long. How long have you been playing? What genres are you into? Met any fellow musician friends in Japan? That's cool, Neb. That's really cool that you're into guitar. I started playing basically, I guess we're getting little bits and pieces of the Dave past. When I got a scholarship to go to the high school that I went to, and there I was so occupied by, I got in there for a rugby scholarship, which became a rowing scholarship, and it so occupied my time that I could never do anything musical, and I kind of dabbled in it when I was younger, that when I went to university, I got super into it because I had far more free time in university than I did in high school. And so through the entirety of university and then some, so probably for about 6 years, I played guitar. I played it hard. And probably the most formative, like lots of 90s music, because I'm kind of grew up in the 90s kind of guy. But if you like see the list of music that I listen to, I like hyper melodic stuff. And so I was really influenced by System of a Down, Audio Slave, Red Hot Chili Peppers, it's like Finger 11, tons of bands, but like I liked really super melodic stuff. Pink Floyd. How can I forget Pink Floyd? Tons of Pink Floyd. I love Pink Floyd on the guitar. I have not many fellow musicians in Japan, but Drew, who I did the Kyoto Machia video with, his friend in Kyoto is like a bassist, and Drew's an insane drummer. If I could ever make a video just of Drew drumming, I know that's not very Japan or whatever, but he's ridiculous. He's ridiculous. Plead the fifth. I don't even know what the fifth is, Shanix. I know that phrase. Get more patrons if I stuck an end card on each video linked to your Patreon account. Yeah, that's a good call, Calcifer. I absolutely should do that. There's a whole bunch of things I could do better. And I'm going to. I was talking to old TKO Sam, if he's in the stream here. Like, I'm going to overhaul the whole Patreon, maybe make a new announcement video for it to say that it's overhauled. One, to like raise awareness for it, but most primarily to like increase the rewards and have cooler rewards for the people there who are currently supporting and then going on to support or continuing to support. So yeah, getting the word out there though is vital. I should say Criswell is better than okay, just prefer some others. Yeah, Nerd Rider's awesome too, Kablamo. I agree with that. He's a guy I watched recently where I was like, God damn, some people in their strengths. really amazing. He didn't do Nightcrawler. Okay. Patrick. Oh, I don't want to skip questions here. They got ahead of me. I should listen to audiobooks. Body Friends, if you're talking about Blade... Oh, the book is not from Philip K. Dick. You're saying it was done by somebody afterwards, sort of like in honor of what the new one is from. I see. So like somebody wanted to honor him. I see. So they made another extension of it. Gotcha. Let's move on here. The most problem is they try to kill with dialogue, dumbing down the story and setting point of the viewer in the shot. Okay. Audiobooks. Favorite cult movie, Patrick? I got a few of those, but one of them that I really, really, really like, and I think it's there are a lot of things inspired The Matrix, but there's this movie, if you don't get it, with there was an editor's cut that adds, it totally destroys the story because it tells you, it removes the mystery at the beginning of the movie, but there's this movie called Dark City, and Dark City is fucking it is one of the coolest ambient, greatest ideas before all these other movies came out that sort of mimicked the themes in it. So stylistic. Dark City, awesome movie. So this year I'm applying to do a year in the industry for my uni course. Do you know any software companies that would be good to apply for? I don't know any software companies specifically, but I do see those jobs pop up all over the place, David. So if you're keeping an eye on even Gaijin pots, you're gonna see them come by. Look on forums. I think you'll find. There's a big online market in China. We have a lot of downtime here, so we pick up spare hours during the week. It's very flexible. How long left on the stream? I'm just kind of riding the wave, Calcifer. I'm seeing how people are feeling. I've noticed that the numbers are dwindling. Maybe people are getting tired, or it's reaching that time of day or whatever in the world. I know it's a weird time, but yeah, if it drops below 30 people in it, I'll probably call it quits. But as long as people are kicking around, I'll keep entertaining questions. I don't know enough film noir to say that I'm Nick B, can you talk about why you liked Arrival? Just saw it and was underwhelmed. A lot of people I spoke to felt it was an inch deep and a mile wide. Okay, I see what you're saying. I really enjoyed it because I thought that the twist was brilliant in terms... Well, actually, I got to be careful because there's a ton of people maybe here in the stream that haven't seen it yet, so I don't want... It's hard to discuss that movie without spoiling it. And it was the crux of the whole discussion is based around spoiling the... I think that a lot of people who say it's an inch deep and a mile wide are probably unable to see... it's not that it is an inch deep, it's that the people casting that judgment are an inch deep because they don't see the profundity of what's clearly in front of them when they watch that movie. I would say specifically the sort of brilliant analysis of... I appreciate it, especially when it comes to language and the way that our languages make us perceive time differently. And that's so cool to see, not only scientifically, where that's proven, we know that we view time differently as a result of language, but then to see it applied to a storyline and in such a brilliant way, I think that in and of itself made it worth all, the praise that I would pile on top of it beyond a lot of other stuff. My pleasure, David. My pleasure. Tikio Sam says, Dav, I have a friend on YouTube. Well, a friend of a friend. Actually, he isn't even my friend. Well, to be honest, I don't even like him, but he looks like a hot lesbian and wants to fuck his dad. Hashtag no question. Hey, Fabix knows what I'm talking about. Dark City. No, I've never Body France. I've never heard of that. That's I'm always looking for new stuff. That's cool. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, my aircon is on. It's really nice. I'm sorry, I missed your anecdotes about Dark City and the Matrix, Kablamo. Let me look back. You know what's so funny, Kablamo? When I watched Dark City and I watched it again and I went back after seeing The Matrix, I was like, Jesus, even like the lighting filters that were used in Dark City seemed to, it was like The Matrix was doing an homage of it. Yeah, yeah, and exactly, that's right. Like when I watched Dark City, I was like, this. I believe I watched Dark City before The Matrix came out. Um, yeah, and it's amazing to this day that yeah, it's so underrated, so unknown. Yeah, and I really Fabix. I loved Snowpiercer. That movie was the shit. It was the shit. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's the theatrical cut, the one that like basically gives away the whole storyline at the beginning. Oh, David, I think I watched District 9 5 times in theaters. Yeah, I think District 9, particularly the final scene where the guy like I mean it was so like powerful and emotional when he says like I'm not afraid anymore and he like makes the decision to like go out and kick ass. Um it was amazing, and the sort of like mercenary style effects they were doing in it that looked so convincing. I loved District 9. Also, like obviously the parallels to the way that man's inhumanity to man that you had in District 9. Actually, there's another cult hit that I was surprised like more people didn't know about, which is a big like I guess it was a sleeper hit. I didn't realize that it was at the time. Was Equilibrium with Christian Bale and Taye Diggs. I have my dad to credit for a lot of that. He was such a movie buff. That he was always there was always like some crazy new like out there weird like movie that he was bringing in to the house, and we were always watching, and so it kept me appreciating like tons and tons and tons of like this really fringe stuff. Thoughts on Elysium? District 9 was so good. Kablamo, Elysium to me was the perfect example of brilliant conceptualization and horrendous execution. I've never seen so many good ideas in a bad movie, where like all the sort of creative things with the tech they were using, the weapons, the like so many of the building blocks of Elysium were amazing. I mean, even the acting of the guy taken from District 9 who was the mercenary, but then just they hung it up on this god awful hollow plot where god damn was Elysium disappointing to me. It was just like, how could you have come up so creatively? It was, I swear, it was like if that movie had like this much better of a writer on it, then I think it could have been amazing. But man, I was just like, this is the plot of that movie was soulless. Like, god damn it, it was like they weren't even trying. Calcifer, would you be open to doing some walking talking tours like One Cup, a series by Charlie no Sikatsu? Basically, the way that that's disappeared, Calcifer, is that I still like discussional videos on the channel, and I really like answering the emails and comments that come through on the videos. But the thing with that is, because I try and do a really highly edited video a week, that the only way I can do the discussional videos was if I did them in my house, where I'm getting home many days at 7 o'clock at night and then making a video. And so the sun's even gone down that I couldn't make a video where I was walking around. So I have to do it in my house, because it's like I needed the video to be only requiring 2 hours of my time to be able to get it out, but still meet that I like to do discussional videos. So, and on the weekends when I'm releasing on Saturday, one of those, I want them to be way more edited and way more of a production than me walking around and talking to the camera. I want the channel to have moved past that. Okay, so let's see. My take on Chappie. I thought Chappie was way underrated. I thought it was really cool, but it just couldn't move up to that like really good movie level for me. But I thought it was funny. I thought it dealt with some really interesting concepts. I thought the sound score from old Hans Zimmer there was amazing, and it had some incredibly poignant, touching scenes in it that really spoke to me. I also I love the humor in it. There was some really incredible humor in it. If I had to eat one dish forever, what would it be? One dish forever. The forever dish. I think it'd be rice when I actually no. Some kind of basic carb. Sony A7S can vlog at night. Oh, that would be good. Yeah, Calcifer, I don't want to, it's also people who do YouTube are doing that because they want to. That always needs to be remembered. So it's like really appreciated if people see the effort that goes into it, but people are always doing it because they want to do it. Old Gohan. Really interesting movie I watched recently was Hardcore Henry. The whole concept was so unique. Cool. Tell us the truth. How many subscribers do you think you could have to feel like a big YouTuber? I don't know if I'd use the word big, but I would say successful channel. Because big to me is like over 250,000. I think you're between 250,000 plus, and you're a big channel. Rad's hit the nail on the head there, though. The one that matters to me, that I would say a successful YouTube channel, is 100,000 plus. That's it. 100,000. That's my benchmark, and that's the one that, to not get lost in being overwhelmed by it. It's the 100,000 where I'm like, you've earned your stripes. I mean, when you're sitting there upwards, when you go over 50,000, that's worth noting. And yeah, you got to be impressed. Those people sitting in the 50 to 100,000, those people deserve all that recognition. But 100K, you are a full blown. Nobody can take it from you. That's worth oh yeah, that channel's doing pretty good. Jesus. 100,000 subs, 4,000 views per video. I would, obviously I'm being dramatic to say I'd hang myself if I were that person, but like that's also something you want your subscribers to reflect the views on your channel. Right on, Body France. Thanks so much for dropping by. I really appreciate you coming in, sharing some interesting views, and definitely about that the story for Blade Runner. I didn't know that. That was really interesting. Let's see. Nightbringer says, talking about movies, sorry to take this to... No, anime. I like anime, man. Let's talk about it. Koe no Kotachi. A silent voice. It was heartbreaking for me. I have not seen that video. Well, maybe I should, Nightbringer. Brad Pearl, hey Dave, love the videos, man. Thanks so much, Brad. Really appreciate it. Thanks for coming by the stream. What's a good way to learn Japanese? Someone who struggles with learning the language. I've tried audio classes online, but it never seems to stick. I would try using things like Anki or AJAT or Memrise, and also that I've really found, at least as my success has increased with it, that learning a language cannot be halfway. There is nothing halfway about learning a language. Like, you need to be obsessive about it. And I, like yourself, I think not everyone goes through the struggle that I go through. I think I am, and especially for whatever the makeup of my mind, that I have a really hard difficulty with it. And it's been throwing myself in wholeheartedly, but then hitting every aspect of it, hitting the applications that you can use to learn, reading a ton. You got to read a ton at any opportunity, doing language like spoken study. Who's your pop music queen, says Jolyn Ferrer. Pop music queen. Geez, you know what? I think it'd have to be Katy Perry. She's just had a few of these songs that I love it deep down in my plums. Elmo's World asks, if you could have any animal as a pet, what would it be? Forget any kind of legislation, ethical and moral. That's a good question, Elmo. A chimera or a griffin? A chimera or a griffin. And we'd have to be best friends. Not that I control it, because I don't want to control it. I'd want it to be my friend of its own volition, of its own free will. I have a character like that in the book that I'm currently writing. give people a weird teaser of the book that I'm writing. Shout out there to Sam, your vid, Sam, you sexy bastard. Sam says, you better not be checking out my dad's hot black man sausage. Sam. Hey, Andrew. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for dropping by. It's good to see you. I don't think the subs ever reflect the views on your channel, though. Well, here's the thing, Rad. If your engagement, in my opinion, this is definitely not gold, because your point stands that only 2 million views on each video. I think it depends a lot on your engagement with your community, because definitely speaking to the YouTube channel reps, there's average and above average numbers on community. Like, I'll pull it up right here if you guys want to see it. You'd find this interesting, and it's something that I'm really proud of, as it's been a statistic that's been doing much, much better for me recently, and makes a huge difference if it's happening. I can't remember exactly what it's called, but we'll go into a little bit of detail here. So, where is it? Come on, discovery or overview. Where's the stat? Come on. Where are you? Don't hide from me. I find this all the time. This is killing me. This sucks. You guys are sitting there while I'm working this out. I'll find this, guys. I gotta find this. Here it is. Watch time from subscribers on your channel. So the average numbers for a channel is somewhere floating around 20%. Recently, I've been managing... Let's check for everything else. We won't get anything too incriminating on the screen here. But recently on mine, it's gone up to 40% of the views created on my channel are from my subscribers. That's wild, and that gives you such a huge boost as a smaller channel if 40% of your viewership is coming from your subscribers. So it really matters, and that's why I want to think of it as like, you know, who's another person who's incredible for this that I've done collabs with is Solo Travel Blog. The percentage of views he gets in relation to the number of subscribers he has is really impressive, which means he engages well. His community matters. So like having a channel with a community that matters is worth it. And that's all I think stocked up to have what, like listening to them, speaking to them, doing what I had not done before, but like these live streams and the sort of impact. Ooh, okay, we got... Okay, Kablamo, thanks for dropping by. Check you out later. What if I Sam want to fight about it? Nice. Sam is starting fights. David, as somebody who doesn't drink alcohol and never has, do you think I would fit into Japanese nightlife, or is it all about drinking? Here in the UK, it's about getting rat arse shit-faced twatted. Twatted, that's funny. Here's the thing, David. Absolutely yes, in like pure Japanese culture, they would take issue with that, but because you're a foreigner, you get the get out of jail free foreigner card. So if you don't want to drink, they're like, that's the quirky foreigner behavior. And also, although very, very slowly, I would say that Japanese society is coming around to recognize that their drinking culture, where at first glance you're like, wow, these people really get it, that drinking is a social lubricant, yay. But then, wow, everyone's a fucking alcoholic, is really creating some problems, also given the amount of like hours that they work. So you'll be fine. You'll be totally fine. Feel it deep down in my plums. Figure it out, Rad. What do you think it is? Neb says, if you haven't already, you should check out anime Steins Gate. Fantastic sci-fi story. Another amazing one is Code Geass. My friend Russ, who just visited when we went to Nico, he loves Code Geass. Dab, what are the names of your future children besides Sam, Rad, and Nadasagi? Funny thing is, like, one of my brothers used a name of the kid that I was gonna name. I thought it was so weird. I was like, Chris, we didn't even speak. How did you know I like that name so much? I really like Theo. I think I would like, if I had a boy, I would want to name him Theo. Probably long it'd be Theodore. But the nickname, the name that I would call him was Theo, and I don't know what it is about Theo, but I really like that. I think it's cool. Chimeras do actually exist. Look up Venus the cat. It's a genetic condition. Is split directly with two different genes. That's so cool, Elmo. See, I've learned like 4 things tonight. Who goes to Japan and does drink? Doesn't. Oh, well, some people. Young's Manga Tricks. Akasan. Yeah, I know Akasan. I've actually spoke to Akasan. He seemed like a nice enough guy. Tikio Sam asked, Deb, who are some big YouTubers that are outside of Japan that you wish you could collab with? Also, please promote the big YouTubers outside of Japan. That would, I mean, I don't even know that they're that big, but there's a lot of these guys I was showing people the other night that do like art style travel videos that when I'm liberated from the shackles of my current monetary standing and I can travel more to create videos and I got all the better gear, I'd love to do collaborations with like Sam Calder would be cool, just to like, I don't know, film some beautiful things and like do a collaborative edit. Although I don't even think I could do that as of yet because his editing's so much better than mine that it'd basically be like me hanging out with him so I could make a better video. It wouldn't be me collabing. Everything I do, he'd already know how to do. That's, you got to own up to it, right? Aside from that, aside from like Sam Calder, that kind of like travel video, I would like to do, I guess, like Nerd Writer. I'd love to have like an interesting discussion and like maybe collaboratively like write a paper and then make like a video out of that. Like these like Criswell, like I love these. I love cinema so much and its analysis. But again, when I think about doing these videos with these people, they're such masters in their field that I'd really have to come a long ways before I could be collabing with them. Where I feel like, at least for the time being, most people in Japan, I'm reaching a level where the videos that I make, when compared to most, I would be able to like show something in my video resume that would say, hey, we could get together and do something pretty cool, which would be great. All right, let's keep cruising here. Do I watch North American TV shows? I recently watched Westworld and it changed my life. I absolutely love that. Carter Winters, hey Dave and Sam, thanks for all your vids. Support people want to come. I'm flying to Tokyo in a few hours. Start. Hey, congratulations. Big claps for Carter in the stream coming over to Japan. That's exciting. All the best on your adventures, Carter. That'll be really, really cool. Actually, Rad, Theo from Children of Men. that's where I first like saw the name and I was like, yeah, that's a really cool name. Favorite cheat food would be burgers, yakitori, pizza. Yeah, sugar-free drinks, Elmo, they're really, really popular in Japan. Very, very popular. I haven't watched Supernatural, okay, no. Yeah, Fabix Westworld is great. It's amazing. Yeah, doesn't Children of Men feel more relevant today, eh, Brad? Like, wasn't that prescient, far-seeing? No, I've not seen Man in the High Castle, Zach, but that is another Philip K. Dick book, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I would love to read that / see it. Trevor, Dave, how do you keep up with your calories and carbs? So basically, before, when I needed to get a better sense of what I needed to do to create either a deficit or a surplus on my calories, is I use my FitnessPal to track all of that stuff. But then you really do, when you do that for long enough, you totally get a sense for where your calories are, that you need it less, unless you're really trying to do a cut. But I basically now have a sense of where I am, and I'm not trying to be in a deficit right now. I'm trying to put on muscle mass, so I don't worry as much about counting calories. I just know that I want to be just in a surplus, and I have a general sense of what I do to get there. No, vegetables I haven't found are especially expensive. I do not watch The Big Bang Theory, Elmo. It makes me angry. That kind of like arrogant nerd drives me nuts. It's like the nerd that doesn't get what a nerd they are. Like a self-aware nerd, that's fine, but those nerds are like so self-obsessed. But I mean, everybody's got to have an opinion. I've got all my engineering friends absolutely fall over for that show. They love it. Dav, how do you keep that godly physique? And when it comes to sex, do I really need to focus on making the other person come before getting myself off as well? Only you can make that decision, Sam. I can't make that call for you. It's hard to grow muscle when you're over 40. Yep, there's definitely a lot of resistance to it, and especially if you're a person who hasn't frequently been to the gym in the past, then you have no muscle memory, and you've definitely got to develop the habit is more difficult. I eat animal protein and I supplement with whey, Matt. No, sorry, Patrick. Yeah. Okay, no. Catch you later, calm beat. Thanks for dropping by the stream. Elmo, are you mocking me? Which do you put on first, the left or the right? It's weird that you asked that because I'm sure that I do one over the other, you know? You also can't be doing those explosive lifts after 40. Everything goes down the drain. Aw. As a regular blood donor in the UK, I'm wondering if you've ever donated in Japan or anywhere and what the process is like in Japan. Don't know, David. I have not donated any blood, so I couldn't tell you. Not sure. I do know that they got a thing for blood type here, the Japanese. I mean, that's a big conversation that always comes up when you're out at like parties and stuff. Everybody wants to know what your blood type is, as that relates to your personality or supposed to. It's kind of like horoscopes here in Japan. Your blood type relates to your horoscope. Well, yeah, Patrick, when I'm cutting, I mean, I'm eating a lot less carbs. Carbs go way down when I'm cutting. Not gone, but I do definitely eat less carbs. You're a left sock person, which is odd as right-handed. Yep, I think I'm actually... I get some with a random. I'm a sock person with awesome right hand. Oh, my back. I had a Thai massage recently. I highly recommend this. You need to get bent like a pretzel, believe me. Sam, don't threaten. Don't threaten the other people in the stream, Sam. That's sort of a given. Even if it is to say that you are more Totoro. I've never thought about which sock I put on first. Oh, we have got to get this more lively in the stream here, guys. People are getting tired if we're talking about socks. Okay. So here's a cool thing to consider. SpaceX. That's just how you do it. Just SpaceX. That's how we get the conversation going. No. Seen some really, really cool stuff, though, in all honesty, going on with, like, SpaceX and with Reddit Futurology right now. I love Reddit Futurology. A lot of stuff, to do with the solar roofs that we're seeing from SpaceX are supposed to be like super affordable, and they pay for themselves, and it's gonna be really, really, really cool because it's gonna save the world. Sorry, I've done a bad job of floating this. I need questions. Bad hombre, Dave, love the channel, man, especially since I started the journey into the world of ESL. Right on. Any advice on teaching in Hong Kong, especially in terms of apartments? It's fine. That's a cool question. I don't know where you'd look for apartments, but I can definitely say that if you're going anywhere teaching, some of the best advice you could have is to roll with the culture shock and not over obsess about it, where I think a lot of people shoot themselves in the foot, where they go to somewhere and they become so obsessed with not making a cultural mistake that when it happens, they berate themselves, and they're like so worried. Like if somebody comes to Japan and they like wear their shoes in a place they shouldn't, and then they let it ruin their like weeks, and then a month rolls by and they realize that like making one cultural mistake meant they lost all this sleep. So forgive yourself of the little mistakes that you are bound to make when you go over. My favorite alcohol, Sam, would have to be whiskey in all its different varietals. I really, really like whiskey. And then if I'm back in Canada, because of the area I'm from, I really, really like red wine. Actually, wine generally. How many girlfriends have you had? Countless. How many girlfriends do you have at the moment? Bam! Chica Vatic comes in, stepping it up. When do you think you'll leave English teaching? Easiest answer to that would be if my channel blew up, then I'd basically register as a business in Japan like Simon and Martina do, and I'd tour around Japan working on my YouTube channel. It'd be that simple. If not in that way, then I would say in the next 5 years, post-master's degree, I would hope to have moved into some sort of kokusai shigoto. Some kind of international role in international relations, working with an embassy or something like that, having likely worked at a university before that. Do you hear Star Trek with Elon Musk talking about the future of humanity? I haven't. I will. Favorite subreddit would definitely be Reddit Futurology, Sam. That one I freaking love. I love. それでは勉強があるのでまたね. All right, buddy. Catch you later, DS Big. I need a +1 for a wedding party. Fancy my original +1 decided fishing was more important. Sure, Elmo. I'll be your +1. Don't you worry. What video game will you live stream? Oh, if there were only more time to do it, Rad. I would totally. Could you clarify the use of appropriate times to use ore and boku instead of watashi? Ore and boku are just more casual. Because, and so you wouldn't want to use that unless you're in a more personal setting with a friend to use ore or boku. And that's it. Like, you don't use it ever at your workplace, basically, unless you're talking to someone at that workplace that you really knew was you were on really, really good terms with. And so you're like, yeah, toss out the ore or the boku. But that's like the general rule. And then, make a few mistakes. It's not a big deal. Don't say it to a senior if you're standing there in front of a senior going, ore. That'll be... That'll be funny. Do I like chew highs? I think I've had chew highs. When do you think you'll be fluent in Japanese? Well, I suppose fluency has all its different levels, right? But my aim is to reach fluency, I would say, within these following 2 years. I want to like skyrocket, and it really has in the last while. And if I keep at it, I think I should, like, now I would say I have a sort of competent conversational fluency, but I want it to be real fluency, including all aspects of the language, like reading and writing and so on and so forth. If a university in Japan offered tenor, would you take it? I probably wouldn't, Trevor, because... Again, it's like I don't want to get stuck down anywhere. I want to keep moving around, and like tenure to me is like the person who's like, I would like to see what my life is until I die. Where I'm like, no, I don't want that. I want life to have a little more spice. I want to not know what the next day will bring. And that usually follows my passions, and my passions are usually projects that aren't tied to any specific location in that way. Fruit Punch Panda. Hi, Dave. Love the channel. How's the book writing going, and how do you keep up with writing in your already busy lifestyle? Truth be told, Fruit Punch Panda, I have not kept up with the writing with my already busy lifestyle, and as of the last month, I would say I'm taking on more and more stuff creatively. I will start writing again now that things are falling into place, and that'll be really, really, really exciting because the book I'm writing now should be a trilogy, and the first book is probably, I would say, about 25% currently it's written, so it's moving along. My favorite izakaya is this one near my place. I can't remember the exact name, but it's amazing, and they're always having... Basically, my prefecture is known for its beef, and they do these like really awesome, thinly sliced fillets of the beef, and it's amazing. Next week, I'm starting to learn Japanese. Any tips for learning the signs of grammar? Ask Maddox 650. Maddox, I would recommend this thing that I've been on tonight is memorize. Get Memorize, my friend, and you will be very, very happy that you did. I don't think I'll get a motorcycle license, Sam, because they're just like, they're death machines. There's so many people I've known. I love the idea of a motorbike, and it's not even that the person driving them would do something stupid. It's that people are so unaware of motorbikes that people die on motorbikes. It's just like they go hand in hand. I'm not familiar with Japanese schools. When is the big break, and what do you do during it? Well, as a direct hire for the BOE, I don't really get huge breaks, but it's like prior to March. It's like at the end of April you get a break. It's like the spring break, and then in summer, starting from July 20th, school's over at that point. Do you game on the PC? If so, what are your specs? Hello, Premium Kekistani Kofefe. I was saying my specs earlier. I got a GeForce 970M. I got 16 gigabytes of RAM. I've got an i7 6500 and 256 gigabyte solid state drive with a terabyte slave drive. And I do like to game on the PC, but I like to also game on the PS4. I like both of those. But in these days, I mean, I've had no time whatsoever to game, so it's been put on hold sort of interminably. On the topic of SpaceX, would you theoretically be willing to take public space transportation if it were developed? Yes, hell yeah, I would. Fuck yeah. What do I think about smoking in izakayas? I think it's amazing, Favix. I think it's not like it takes a child to know that like smoking is sort of a slow death, but I like where you live in a society where when people are aware of the choices they're making, that they're still trusted to make the adult decision themselves to do so. So if you want to smoke, I think it's awesome that people have the option to smoke in an izakaya, as opposed to having a sort of sterilized culture where everybody lives forever, but it's because they have no free will. So no, do I want it in every single place? No, I don't. But that restaurants exist where people would be able to do that? Sure. I think that's cool. People need to cut loose. Nobody's perfect. It's also good to take off the halo from time to time. Always 100% good people are usually pretty boring or actually crazy. Let's see. I'm working through these. Do you live in Wagyu or Kansai? I think they're known for beef. I don't think I live in either. How long do you have left until summer holidays? I have 13 days. I do not. I get off on the 20th. Bad Hombre, thanks for the info, man. My pleasure. Fun question. Ever been to, and so I've never actually. Heard you going on about how much you love Reddit and noticed that you didn't have a subreddit for your subscribers, so I just started one for you. All right, cool. Yeah, I guess I'm like there, David. I'm more of like a lurker. I just love all these subreddits. But I I don't actually comment. I'm one of these lurkers. Samus, where do you buy your clothes? I usually buy them from Uniqlo or not at all. I try not to buy too many clothes. What's your favorite cereal? That would be All Bran. For a period of time, I was eating a lot of that because it's like a bale of hay. It keeps you regular. Game of Thrones or Westworld? Both. Bad Hombre, Saku39. Dave, just saying low-key, you inspire me to move abroad. You're abroad in Japan. To move to teach you abroad in Japan. Thanks for the vids. Right on, Taryn. That's awesome. I'm glad wherever we can take inspiration from, that's important, wherever it comes from. So glad I could be a part of that. Thanks so much for checking out the vids and all your support. Would you consider streaming on Twitch at the same time as YouTube under the in real life section? I would. I didn't even know that you could do that, Ashley. That's funny. John Wayne Tigley, what other jobs are out there for foreigners in Japan? Big one that you could focus on. John Wayne, would be software development. Big time. I see a ton of software development jobs go by, and goddamn, they're well paying. So software development is alive and well in Japan, and foreigners can get hired for that all the time. Yeah, I'll make a note of that, Rad. Sirens of Titan. I'll make a note of that right now. I'm always looking for new books to read. Sirens of Titan, he says. Okay, text note. Sirens of Titan. I know that name. That's weird. Like, of all the things, I'm like, how do I know a name like Sirens of Titan? But I do. What does your typical day look like? Okay, Kofefe. I get up in the morning and I have myself a banana. I have myself a protein shake. I have a vitamin, I have an alpha omega-3 fatty acids, a vitamin B12, and a vitamin D. Then I go to work. I usually teach between 2 to 3 lessons of English at work. Then I finish my work and I go to the gym. I'm usually at the gym until about 7 o'clock, or no, 6:30. When I finish the gym, I come back, and on Monday I'd go for a run, and then I would make a movie. On Tuesday, I go to the gym, and I would start working on the video that I do on Saturday. Wednesday, I go to the gym, I come back and I make a video. Thursday, I go to school, do all that stuff. When I finish on Thursday, I go to my Japanese lesson. From my Japanese lesson, I go to the gym. After the gym, I get home at about 9, and then I read. Friday, I usually try and go for a run, and I finish off the editing that I had done on Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday to release the video on Saturday. So there you go. There's my week. Are you a fan of Final Fantasy? I've only played MMOs. Yeah, I'm a fan of Final Fantasy 7. I played Final Fantasy 7, played tons of that. Diablo 3 is such a good game because TKO Sam asks, why is it such a good game? Because it blends aspects of action and RPG, and people love those two elements. They love the fast-paced action that you get from playing something like that. They love seeing their character progression that you get from an RPG. Laundry in Japan sucks. Not enough room to hang everything up. So true. Shiro, Dave, did you see the new Life is Strange game Before the Storm? No, I haven't seen that, Shiro. I would definitely check that out. If you want to be a mod on your own sub, just send me a PM on Reddit or send me a moderator mail. Please no spam from chat either. Okay, cool, David. I will definitely do that. If you can email me at my DaveTrippin@gmail.com, like, I guess I would see you there as the moderator or whatever, so I could be able to do that. That'd be cool. Yeah, all right. Definitely. Good to get set up there. That's funny. Ironically, my biggest fear of teaching abroad is losing gaming time. Man, you probably gain some. If you end up as a junior high school teacher, you have so much free time. Pixar, it didn't happen. Lol. All right, guys, I'm going to drop it into the stream again here. Reminder, no one is absolutely at all obligated to tip. But I really do appreciate if anybody feels it in their deep in their plums. If you want to drop by Patreon, become a part of the community there. That it goes a long way to me growing the channel and traveling places and funding trips like I did into Tokyo this weekend to make creative videos. But no obligation, and just thanks so much for supporting and by checking out my videos. But that is dropped into the chat if anybody happens to give a damn. All right, David says, what you just did about software dev just made me happy. I'm starting computer science. Oh, that's awesome, David. There you go. Tico Sam, live in the American Gardens building on West Deploy. My name is Patrick Bateman. I'm 27 years old. Aha, he's doing a little American Psycho. 8 years of life into that game. Would I rather spend a month living with TKO Sam or have him live with you? Spend a month living with TKO Sam or have him live with you for a month? That is an interesting question. Very interesting question. I'll have to reflect on this. Oh, Sam, you're a funny guy. Whoa, hey, guys, really appreciate that. Thank you so much, both Sam and you. What was this? Cussy, you already support me on Patreon, you crazy man. Sending me a tip here. You know I appreciate it, though. That's real cool. That's real cool, guys. Thank you so much. It's awesome. I'm speechless. I always am for the support that people go out of their way to show me the love, to make a dream happen. I will send the love back to you with increased quality of content on my channel. You better believe it. You better believe it. The Lucia, just want to say I've been sitting here drawing, just listening to you, and I must say I'm really enjoying your stream. Also, I love your channel. Keep it up. Thank you so much, Lucia. That's really awesome. So glad that you could chill here with us. I think that's cool. I like that. The idea, like I'm always talking about, this sort of shared community and all these people, a global community, like all these people all over the world chilling, hanging out. It's hopeful. It's hopeful in a way. I don't think it's wise for Sam, if he's interested to do any weight loss, to start jogging. People would want to, what you want to do is you want to fix your diet first, and then from your diet you want to start with like walking. You want to start with walking. It's like these shows like The Biggest Loser or whatever, where you have these people that do these crash course, like horrible, like intense day one exercise, and their body has like no muscle memory. They're not used to it at all. Like to jump in and do something like that is it's actually really unhealthy for your body. It's not good. So there's like definitely a smarter way to do it. And a lot of these people who crash like that, as soon as they go off of the show, they gain all their weight back. So scary stuff. I gotta check out Kramer because yeah, I'll stream a game sometime, Rad. I guess I could. The only reason that I hadn't streamed a game, well, I did this, is because I wanted to be so focused on the chat that I'd be able to, like, as people pardon me, as people are god damn it, why can't I speak, as people are sending in their questions, that I'm like answering them as fast as I can. But yeah, I'd do that on here. I mean, I know that Simon, I mean, they have a dedicated channel to it though, and they have so many subscribers that when he wanted to stream Final Fantasy, that there was tons of people over there checking that out. Bendy and the Ink Machine. Sweet. Okay. Hello from Australia. Free Thinking Jim. Good to hear you. Thinking is still free over in Australia. I can't scroll down the super chat. Why can't I scroll down the super chat? Okay, we got a question here from Grant Garcia Rojas. What is your favorite anime besides Cory in the House? I don't know Cory in the House. Joke's on me. Never miss a video from Spain. Sweet, we got Spain signing in here. Another favorite anime that I have that I really, really enjoyed. Nausicaa, The Valley of the Wind. Amazing. Amazing. Thank you so much. Never missing a video. Talk about that's hugely appreciated. That goes a long way to me being able to grow my channel. How are drivers in Japan? Drivers are they're amazingly polite, super, super polite. And they let you into traffic constantly, like I can't even believe it. If I had to level one criticism against Japanese drivers, it's that they're so clueless when it comes to tailgating. Clueless. That's like the worst thing that I see from drivers here. Golden Boy. I forgot Golden Boy. That was really good. Nice, there you go. People got some love for the Nausicaa, the Valley of the Wind. Yes! I'm curious, people in the stream, I know that there's like 52 people watching this stream. And we've got probably like 7 or 8 people that are leaving messages. For all you lurkers in the stream, if you guys want to ask a message or ask a question, feel free, drop in. I'm curious. Offer your own thoughts on anything. We're here having a discussion, so don't be shy. Okay, favorite onigiri type. That's easy. Tuna mayo. Tuna mayo, without a doubt. Yeah, as soon as I realized, Kevin, that apparently the stream matters and that people really enjoy them and it's a great way to connect with the audience, I was like, okay, yeah, streams. Apparently this is a thing. I'm worried what I'm gonna find here. Cory in the House. Since his dad, Victor, was named head chef to President Martis, Cory Baxter now lives in Washington, D.C. Staff quarters with his father, attends exclusive private school. Okay. I have no idea. I have no idea. Yeah, I despise tailgating too, D. I hate it. Yeah, tuna mayo is awesome. You haven't lived until you've had a tuna mayo onigiri, truly. How hard is it to get accepted into the JET program? It's hard, Senior Pork Chop. My friend, it is hard. The more and more jets that I met, like when I get the stories of some of these jets, I'm just like, people who end up getting into JET, it's a compliment, is basically it's unbelievable. Like, it is the most difficult, like, insane thing where these people come in with master's degrees, like, just unbelievable qualifications, and get rejected. So if you get in, good on you. But then I also say to people, like, don't I don't know, like, don't be discouraged if you didn't get into Jet, because it is so demanding. Like, it's just unbelievable. Is dating in Japan difficult? No, it's not difficult at all. Believe me, if you were in a city center, it's insane. Oh, Rat's already said yes, dating can be hard? Okay. Did Dean leave Japan? No, Patrick. I just made a video with him. Sorry, I didn't mean to yell at you, Patrick. I'm kidding. There's a bit of a learning curve. Okay. Before I took my trip to Japan, I ended up binge watching your video in abroad to get an idea kind of how to act there. Right on. Right on. I'm glad that you did. Oh, seriously? You went to that taiyaki shop? Oh, right on, man. That's so cool to hear that somebody from watching that video actually went and tried that out. It's so good, right? So glad you enjoyed it. Yeah. That was a great collab with, whatchamacallit, with old Oz of the Awesome there. Yeah, the JET program is just like pulling teeth trying to get into the JET program, where I'm like, Jesus, they're coming over to teach English. It's not rocket science. Crazy Teddy, what do you project your subscriber growth into the end of 2017? It seems like you went from 5 to 19K in a year or so. Yeah, it was a big year to reach 19K in a year. By the end of 17, I mean, I've set the goal. I said 50,000, which is like, people are like, how the hell? And I don't even know how the hell. The only way that I think about, you got to set goals, right? So my way is to, like, I mean, if I did a great video with Chris, and I should email him over this weekend to, like, move that along. If I got some more exposure on some bigger channels, I think it could go a long way towards me making that goal. But I would prefer, although it would be awesome to work with those people, for it to come from me, where I'm really, I don't want to have faith. I don't want to get lucky. Like, this video that I'm making for this capsule hotel that I went to, I think it has potential to do really, really, really well. And if I put out better and better videos, I think naturally you're going to grow at that rate that you want. So I'm saying tentatively for 2017, 50K, but who knows? It could fall way below. It could go above. You really have no idea. Have you had any romantic moments in Japan, that of like a movie or close to your heart, you'd like to share? There was one I was thinking about it the other day that was like amazing, and I'll hold with me like for my entire life. That was really, really cool, where I was seeing this girl here, and it was her birthday. And like I say, one of the cool things about being in Japan and dating women here who you could potentially be their first experience. You're both each other's first experience, or not just first, but you are experiencing each other from a different culture. And it was her birthday, and this song came on. It was John Mayer's Slow Dancing in a Burning Room. And we were just at my house. But at my house, I just started dancing with her. And we just slow danced. It was like totally spontaneous, cheesy as fuck. But I mean, that's like often how these moments are if you're lost in that moment. But we slow danced to that song. And at the end of the song, she was crying because she said she'd never had or thought she would ever have an experience like that. And I felt like the boss. So that was a really, really cool romantic experience moment that I had in Japan. But you could have that. I think just anywhere where you're experiencing other cultures and you get to like show that to each other, that different side of things. And it felt really, really amazing for me because I couldn't have had that impact. I mean, it'd still be romantic with a girl from the West, but it wouldn't have that same profound feeling that it did here. Have an interview in Japanese Monday. Any advice? It's a Japanese job. Thank you. Don't put your hands in your pockets. Okay. Man, there were some questions that got asked. How did I get so behind? What's the difference between typical Japanese job, why I don't want to, and the one you're currently in? Well, the one that I'm currently in, the difference is, Kevin, that basically working for the Board of Education, even as a direct hire, you exist in that school as an English teacher, and an English teacher's role is still separate of a traditional member of staff, even though you are considered one. And even then, you're starting to break a little bit more into the way that they operate in the true Japanese work culture, where, for example, like when I worked in other schools for Interact, when I finished my English classes, they would never put me in extracurricular stuff, where now all my time is filled up with that. Like I'm going to PE classes and stuff like that. But the big difference is the extra demands that are put on you. I'm sure you're aware of this, but it seems like your housing videos get the most views. Yeah, Teddy, I know. Like people, when you do food videos, when you do apartment tour videos, I mean, to be honest, like not that I didn't think I could make something truly unique and interesting. I'm totally aware of how popular capsule hotel videos are. That's a reason I'm doing it. It's a balance to me of make really creative, cool stuff, but then don't be an idiot and not identify these videos that can be super popular. So I'm identifying them. I'm trying not to become like a whore of that genre of video. So I work on those kind of videos that work, but I'm trying to work on other things. That's why I do the discussional, because it's like people just respect you if you're doing question and answer and you care about your community. I'm trying to do maybe the more like clickbaity, like people like watching house tours. So I'll do a house tour, but I'll do a good goddamn house tour. Like, I think a level of quality can be brought to anything, and you're always balancing creativity with gaming, the system, to know what works in the system. And thinking about starting the JET programs soon, but I'm worried about how long the application process will take. Do the private companies take as long? No, they don't take nearly as long. But most things worth doing are difficult, I'll say, as a sort of fender to that. I think I saw it come by here. Yeah, I just wanted to say quickly, I don't want it to go too long before I say thank you. Grant Garcia Rojas, I see that you tipped. I see what you did there. You glorious bastard. That's awesome. Thank you so much. We got tons of love. We got tons of love in here from the stream, I hope, for Grant, for supporting. Thank you so much for supporting. Then things got weird in the comments here. I saw Saudi Arabia. Yeah, sand in my asshole. What happened here, guys? When did we go wrong? I see. Related to a teaching job in Saudi. It was paying $119,000 US for a year contract. Wow. Yeah. Capsule Hotel is a very well-known thing, so it could do really well. Exactly. It's like not only is it well-known, it's like a genuinely curious piece of Japanese culture where it's like so innate. It's a part of the Japanese experience that people are like, you only get it in Japan. And so people really want to know what that's. People like really, really unique things, and it definitely has that draw. And then because this capsule hotel I did isn't just a capsule hotel, it's this weird like hybrid hostel experience that appeals to sort of like a childlike fantasy that we have of like reading in a fort or a tree house or something. I think it has the potential to do super well. Plus hot chick in the thumbnail. Initial verification. Whoa, can you repeat what you said about the JET program, please, Lowell? That's exactly the information I need right now. Well, all I was saying, initial verification, is that it's incredibly demanding, and so if you do fail in your pursuit of it, don't get down about that, because they're turning people away with engineering and master's degrees to teach English in Japan. It's like, whoa, you got a pretty high opinion of yourself, JET program. I mean, I don't mean the people applying, I mean like the actual requirements they have before you get in. It's like, Jesus, it's not that intense. So that's all I was saying. And then if you really want to get into Japan, and there's much better paying jobs than JET, then you just piggyback in on one of these big Interact whatever companies, Peppy Kids Club, and then you get a better job once you're here. Any thoughts on Canadian American versus Japanese women? They're all different. Also, okay, let's say something for each. Canadian women. Chill. Crazy. Chill. Crazy. It's funny, even the relationship, anyways, okay. Chill and crazy for Canadian. American women, I don't know. I don't have that much experience with them. Military base, that's what I think when I think American women. Japanese women, patient. If there's one virtue of Japanese women that has really impressed me, it's patience. They got some crazy skill with that. Not all of them, but in my experience. Would you say the likelihood of someone around the age of 30 being able to teach English? I'd say it's super high. Super, super high. Boss. Signing out too, it's 1:20. All right, cool. Thanks for being in here. Free thinking Jim. Long Island, New York. That's so cool. Do you think Japanese in general are not interested in other countries or cultures? Why are they still bad at speaking English with so many foreigners teaching there? Great question. Hello from Long Island, New York. And it's sort of an optimistic one. No, Japanese are incredibly interested in other cultures. They love other cultures. They borrow so heavily from them, and they're so genuinely curious about foreigners here that it's a really beautiful thing that I've experienced of their passion for foreign people. It's made me feel so welcomed. It's made, when always home is where the heart is, it's made it really feel like that I could have a home here in a different way. Why are they still so bad at speaking English? The reason for that, and I think it's indefensible to say otherwise, is that a huge core concept, a huge core principle of the Japanese culture is humility and being humble. Humbleness is the most self-defeating characteristic to have when trying to learn a language. You need to be brash, you need to be bold, you need to be willing to make mistakes, you need to be getting yourself out there, and these are all counterculture to the Japanese mindset. And so, yeah, you got to be to learn a language, you got to be kind of arrogant, actually. It would benefit, an arrogant person will learn far more quickly than a humble person, because the humble person will not put themselves out there as the arrogant person would. So that's my explanation for that. White girls would be do you consider yourself a part of the J-vlogging community? I guess, I don't even, it's not something that I dwell on where I'm like, the title that I give myself, I live in Japan and I make videos, some of which are vlogs, so I think by definition I'd have to call myself a J-vlogger, but at the same time it's like, the title is hardly relevant to the creative goals that I have. I would like whatever I create to transcend any particular title that you would put on it. Like creating stuff that's so good that when people see it, they don't think about how it fits with a title. They just sit back and go, holy shit, I really enjoyed either getting some information that was of value to me, or that was beautiful to watch, or whatever it is, but that they have some strong reaction to it that the last thing on their mind would be like, there goes a goddamn J-vlogger, I love him, or hate him, or whatever. Omiai. That's like... I've had lots of people in Japan try to set me up on dates. Like, I guess that could be the short answer to your question there, Nightbringer Tenchi. Tons of people are like, "Oh, you're single. You should see this person or this person or this person or whatever." So that does happen. What's up, Brandon Rooks? Welcome to the stream. Thanks for dropping by. Bad Hombre Dave, if you ever meet a South African teachers, want to know how many people are representing? I don't think I've met any. Holy shit, D just donated $1. You are the shit, D. Thank you so much. Big round of applause. If anybody has that clap emoji, let's get that clap emoji going for D. Thank you very, very much, D. I really, really, really appreciate it. Let's see. Sorry, I'm finding where I was in the comments. Big shout out to D, though, for the tip. Thank you so much, D. I swear, like, the way this stream is going on, I'm gonna pay for. I'm gonna be able to have funded the capsule hotel video. That's gonna be awesome. Marshall Hill, hey Dave, great videos, awesome content, warm regards from Canada. Thanks so much, Marshall. Thanks for showing up in the stream. I really appreciate it. It's good to have everybody representing from so many places around the world, Canada especially. Woo! Lee Wood just joined the stream. Hello, how you doing, Lee? Patrick says, I remember the first video I saw of yours. I asked if so and so money was enough and was nice, and it was nice that you answered. It was awesome. Yeah, my pleasure, Patrick. I'm trying to answer emails, although I did one thing. It's like, it's totally like it doesn't even it doesn't bother me at all, but people will write me emails. You guys probably get a laugh out of this. Maybe there's somebody even in the stream who's done this before, and I get a laugh where it's like, I don't know if like they gotta, I don't know what they're thinking. Where they write me an email and then they write me another email asking if I read the email, where it's like, if I haven't responded to the email, the only reason for that is that I'm busy. It's not that I ignore anyone, and I will eventually answer every single email that goes through. It's just that they get backlogged, so I can't get to them. But I do find that funny. Somebody's like, "Yo, motherfucker, I wrote you an email. Where's my answer?" Which, I mean, they're not rude or anything, but I do find that funny. Cheetah Vatic, all your videos are really high quality. Do more of those to grow your channel. I'm working on it, man. And they could, I mean, I'm not blind to the fact as well. Like, they could be better. Don't get me wrong. I mean, that's why I say, like, I'm really, really excited, and I hope you guys agree when you see it, that this new capsule hotel video is going to be really good, because it's like me trying to, because I had the time, because I made a point of it, that it's going to really showcase that extra effort. I want the extra effort to leave its indelible mark on the video so that people really notice. Yo Dave, can we like become friends and stuff and like tap and stuff and like stuff? Certainly we can, D. Certainly we can. Solar B, hi Dave. Hi Solar B, welcome to the stream. Thanks for dropping by. Grant Garcia Rojas. My girlfriend and I both got jobs from Interact. Do they actually try to place people together, or they most likely be in different places? I think they would, if you requested it, why not? It's, yeah. It's basically, if you request it and they can accommodate it, then certainly. Yeah, Jordan, it is a long time. I'm enjoying it. It's a lot of fun. I love answering everybody's questions. It's really positive. It's really, it's been a great stream so far. So really, really, really enjoying it. And it's like, I mean, I have my test tomorrow, but it's not till 1, so I'm not like really worried about the time. So it's cool. From Singapore. How cool is that? How many? I wish I'd written down every country that's being represented and showing up this evening, which is pretty cool. How old were you when you moved to Japan, and how much money did you have when you moved? I moved to Japan, Xenon, when I was 28, and I had, not including the costs of coming over here, but I had $5,000 Canadian saved. So that's like $2 American. No, yeah, about 5,000 Canadian saved. The official Carrion. Hey again, big fan of, so thank you for the vids, really helped me. I should have masters into TEFL. Whoa. No, it is not common practice to have a PhD. If you did have a PhD, the world is your oyster, my friend. You could have so many options, provided you get a mastery of the language. Kevin Marte, do your school hold sports festivals? Yeah, they do. And I really enjoy them. Really enjoy them. They're always really entertaining. Taiwan people are really, but it's because they have incentive to do so. Okay. Which part of Canada are you from? I'm from Vancouver Island. Seen a lot of successful people in Japan who come from Canada. Also, again, awesome videos. Ha! Hilarious. Marshall, we're from the same island. I'm from Vancouver Island. Small world, eh? Isn't that funny? But yeah, I am from Vancouver Island. That's cool. It's always cool running into another islandite. Yeah, we got the love with the clap. Are there other companies which are like Interact who would hire qualified teachers who haven't taught? Yeah, for sure. I would say like ECC, Eon, Berlitz, Japan. I mean, but all of these, I'm like, I cringe when I recommend them because I'm always like, you should use them and then move on to something better. Do you know the undergrad are like in Japanese universities? I don't. I haven't done them, so I couldn't comment on it. Thanks for answering. I want to see a video that focuses on your actual typical school day with footage. Initial verification. I cannot take footage in the school. I have done, let me look at my, if you wanted the 12-minute day, there's a video that I made in Life and Travel. I mean, I could even, let's see if I pull it up here. I did like, actually, no, I've done a couple like a day in my life ones. I was really proud of them. I was really trying to put a little extra like polish and shine on these ones that I did. And they are of the like the typical day in the life variety sort of stuff. And it shows without actually going into the school. Okay, so living in Japan, a day in my life. So like straight up, I'll put this if you want to check out this vid. That'll be like a day in the life. And then there'll be another one, the 12-minute day, which is also me. This one I was really proud of. The 12-minute day, not many people watch this vid when I made it, and the beginning of it I was really proud of because I did it like a movie intro, and I think I did quite cleverly placed all these credits, and like it's also funny because they're like joking credits in honor and an homage to all the people who are supporting me on Patreon, and I put them into the beginning of the video like they were showing up like they were credits in a film. And so it starts, people are like, is this like some sort of like drama or something? But it's just me doing an homage to them, and those are days in the life, but no footage from the schools because you can't have anything with the kids in it. Is it harder to live in Japan? I'm wondering if it's easier to learn the language while being there or not. Of course, it's easier, Josh, to learn it when you're here because you have that immersive quality. I mean, there's no replacing immersion. Where did you stay in Japan before you got an apartment? the popular thing, Stephen, is when you come over with one of these big companies, that they put you in a Leo Palace. And a Leo Palace is fine. It's usually low cost rent, includes all of your amenities in the bill or whatever, and their little shoebox, and it teaches you to live minimally. But then as soon as you get like a little bit more experience, a little bit more networked, then finding, especially if you live in the countryside, like a better place to be, you should definitely do it. 150th birthday for Canada. Wow, Canada. Still kicking it. Nice. Would you say that the ALT experience is the best for getting on the JET program? I'd be graduating with a BA in French, teaching in France for a year or two, and then hopefully teaching in Japan as well. It's so hard to recommend. Lee, the difficulty of getting hired by JET is almost like once you reach the requirements, it's like the comparison, and there's so many overqualified people hiring that it's like a total crapshoot where it's like you could get hired, you could not get hired. You basically need to be insane to get hired. So you roll the dice, you roll those cosmic dice, and you hope for the best when you apply for JET. Love this. Very insightful. Yes, Sola B, glad you're liking it. Any jobs hiring around where you live? No, not right now, unfortunately. Marlagos, I am taking the JLPT 4. Lee Woods from Scotland, right on. Let's see. Official, awesome, thank you, can't wait to go and experience it. I was thinking maybe doing ASL Kiowa, but can be of a lecture for sure. Johan Sorlin, those day in the life videos are what brought me to the channel. Right on. I'm so glad that you enjoy them, Johan, because those for me, I love them the most because it's like I really got to stretch my editing working on those ones, because I definitely like try and elevate them to something beyond a vlog. You know, I want them to be like, as I learn about cinematography and stuff, I want them to be more like that as much as I can as a one-man show. So that's awesome. I'm glad you like them. Yurikikiki. Where do you live in Japan? I live in a very undesirable prefecture. I'm planning to pursue either physics, computer science, and I was just wondering if you recommend doing 1 to 3 years of JET before finding an actual job. Oh, geez. I mean, you do well in either scenario. I mean, for example, person I love and respect that I've gotten to know so well over the course of the last like 3 months. Like we've had a relationship that was good, and then like definitely got better and better and better. Where she was an engineer before she came over here, then she was a JET, and now she's going back to school. So I don't think that there's even a specific way that you should have to do something. As long as you stay passionate, as long as you have something in mind, that you're not going to get caught up, because like one gives you experience, one gives you money, one propels your career in this direction, another in this direction. Just stay hungry, stay determined, and those will carry themselves out in whatever order they need to. Would you consider yourself bilingual now? I would consider myself basically conversationally bilingual now, Yurikiki. But not at any impressive level, but basically conversational at a low level. Kingston upon Thames, but I'm from Oxford. Cool. That's cool. I went to, anybody here in England, there's a little bit more history. I went to Henley. People from England will know what that is. I rode in Henley. Yep, no worries, Josh. Glad to give the answer. Thanks for asking the question. No worries, Lee. Happy to reply. Yeah, if you want to come over, experience Japan, and then go on to like whatever else it is afterwards, yeah, you could get in with any. It doesn't have to be um, jet by any stretch of the imagination at all. Stephen, is it much more difficult to get a teaching job in Tokyo? Yeah, of course. Yeah, Stephen, it is, because all those places, not that you can't, not that you couldn't roll the dice sometimes and get into those places, because exceptions do occur, but excuse me, the fact of the matter is that because they're so desirable, naturally there's more competition, and so they are more difficult. What is your most memorable experience in Japan so far? Asks Xenon. I've had so many, it would be hard to choose one specifically, so I'll choose at random. One of the best experiences I've had was the first time I went out to an Enkai in the first year that I arrived, and my Japanese was horrible, and the food was so amazing, and I really loved it because everything, it was a joke that my Japanese was so bad, and I think the only word I knew at that point was oishi, but I turned the weakness into a strength because it was like any question I would try and creatively answer it using oishi for whatever they asked. So they were like, how's the food? It's oishi. Like, how's the weather? It's oishi. How are the women in Japan? Oishi. And everybody, like, I mean, they started just asking, so I would say oishi again. It was a lot of fun and a great night, and really like highlighted to me that fun party atmosphere that went along with working at the schools when you went out for these enkais. So that was really, really cool. And how open and welcoming that the Japanese people are. It was really cross-cultural, amazing, which was very, very cool. Kofefe, have you always been so disciplined and organized in time management? I think everything comes from something, so the answer is absolutely not, Kofefe. I arrived at the sort of grind and determination I have now as a result of like kind of building into the things that I knew I wanted to do, and then identifying what it was I had to achieve each goal, and adapting that eventually, because I want to achieve more and more, it results in more discipline and time management, because once you start that snowball rolling and you're like, I really love this, I love pursuing my passions, then if you want to pursue more of your passions, because usually what happens is when we find something that we love, we want to do more of it, we don't want to do less, it leads to more discipline and time management. But it came from probably the exact opposite. Like when I knew less of what I wanted to do, I had less direction, and so of course my life required less discipline. But there's always been that sort of like peppering of it through my life. I would say starting from, like, if you call it like even the earliest like little passions that I had when I was younger, like I used to collect things, like I used to collect Spawn comics. If anybody knows Spawn, bonus points. And then as soon as I start, like from collecting, I went into sports, and then sports made me do it more. And then from sports, I went into guitar, and so guitar, you had to do it there as well. And then from there, but all of it like kind of on a roller coaster of peaks and valleys, and then eventually leading. You know, I'm getting into a bit of a draw my life kind of thing here, but where it is now. You ever catch yourself swinging Wayne's World references in Tokyo? I haven't, but the funniest thing is I watched that recently because it's such a classic. I wanted to catch up on it. Have you had experience with Nihonshu? No, Shua. No, I haven't. Or heard about JSL. No, I've not, but that sounds really cool. Repping the UK's official Korean. Speaking of being, I personally speak 4 languages. Damn. And was wondering if you noticed a few other languages being spoken aside from Japanese and English. Yeah. Whoa, I just totally jumped the questions there. Yeah, I notice different languages all the time. Fancy Penguin says, what? This is still live? Lol. I know, Fancy Penguin, I know. This is not live? This is real life, Leopold, yeah. Tokyo Drew, glad that you could drop by. go back to sleep. Do you would teaching English with a bachelor's of business be viable, and is it possible to get into tourism? Yep. With a bachelor's of business, you'd be able to. You could get into tourism and hospitality. All language, man. All language. Solid viewer, is there such a thing as a long-term job with pension teaching English in Japan? I ask as I'm afraid of dedicated time and gaining experience would never really be job security. My job has pension, solid viewer. So, I mean, the job that I have now has pension. But I'm not really a pension kind of guy, although some people would criticize that. But, like, I want to pursue in the meantime, and I don't want to look to retirement. I don't want to retire. Is it true that there has been a mass shooting in the USA almost every day since 2017? I don't know, Leopold. That's crazy. I don't know. Rad says, lol, you collected Spawn comics? You damn right. It is some of the most amazing storytelling, incredible art. Spawn comics are a clinic on good storytelling. And I've always loved theology as a point for stories to be told. I love it. It's so rich. Which level of students are you teaching now? I teach elementary schools. What difficulties do I face while teaching? Do you ever get frustrated with the job? Certainly I do. How do I deal with it? To realize that usually my frustration stems not from the job, but the physical state that I'm in. So I'm usually run down. That's when it gets to me. And if I'm run down, then I focus on getting more sleep, eating better, doing all the things that like focused part of the or recovery part of the triangle that probably is falling out of place if I'm starting to have issues with that. And the difficulties that I then face would be balancing all of this. If I'm trying to do all these things together, that it's no surprise that at the end of the week, if I've let something slip, that it really starts to grind me down. Like, you can't do the stuff I want to do and stay up too late every night. Like, I paid the price the other night when I live streamed until whatever it was, 1:30, and I usually get like 1 day. 1 day's grace between when it's like, oh, I didn't sleep enough, and then when it gets really bad. So basically, yeah, balancing my life is the greatest challenge that I have. Oh, nice, Sonic the Hedgehog comments. Classy. Thanks for doing the stream, Dave. Saturday is just getting started. Okay, cool, Grant. Thanks for coming by the stream. I will catch you later. Have a good one. Yeah, the Spawn movie was horrendous, Rad, but not the animated HBO series. That was another masterpiece, a highly underrated masterpiece that I could watch today and that I would absolutely love. It was amazing. And I mean, he's always talking about it. Todd McFarlane is a funny character, man. But he says that the script is complete. For the next Spawn movie, and I mean, the Spawn movie had so many problems, the live action Spawn movie, but that they're going to do it right this time, proper script, full funding, no cut corners, all this stuff. Sounds silly, but are there any good ways to meet Gaijin when over there? It doesn't really matter where from, but it's nice to know a couple of people in the same position as you. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's absolutely true. It is nice to know a couple people in the same position as you. But if you go to, you can like do international events basically, and that'll put you in touch, which is cool. Jim, yeah, the first Spawn movie was horrendous. Absolutely solid viewer. It broke my heart as like a real fan of the series, of the comic series, that I was like, what have you done to this incredible work of art? But like I'm telling you guys, if you haven't seen it, the HBO Spawn series, the animated cartoon, that it was an amazing fusion of Western and Eastern animation. Oh man, it's good. And like totally, if you could bring to life in animated form what they had in the comic, they achieved that. I think, you know what? I think that honestly, Steven, I think they're honestly, to get an ALT or an Eikaiwa job, I think you're looking at a similar thing. Like, I don't see one as more or less difficult than the other. Although I would say that some Eikaiwas do have lower hiring standard practices, so you could argue that they're easier to get into. Are there everyday items such as books that's surprisingly cheap or expensive in Japan? You know what, Lee? That's a good snap judgment question. Like, if I can think, off the top of my head, I can't think of that, but I'll consider it. Oh man, talk to friends back in the U.S. so often now. I'm always going to school in like 4 to 5 hours sleep. Yeah, the sleep would annihilate me. I get so depressed if I don't get enough sleep. I break. I'd say a good way to gauge whether you... Well, yeah. So Clyde writes, considering that flying all the way to Japan is quite an investment, you'll be settled in Japan, what is a good way to gauge whether you actually like the job when you get there? I would say to give it a fair period of time, because you don't want to mistake what is the difficulty of starting something new and alien with your actual opinion of what it's really like. And you can't judge that unless you give it time. And so I'd say, like, you got to give it at least a half a year, unless it's hell and they're like punch you in the nuts every day at work. In which case, then it's probably not the job you want. Would you rather fight the power or have the power fight you? I'd rather have the power fight me. Our enemies are our greatest teachers. You damn right, DaveTrippin. Dave, Trevor Fowler, Dave, have you ran into any culture ignorant foreigner? In my trip to Tokyo, we ran into some fellow Americans that were very loud on a train. They were definitely getting the stink eye from the Japanese. Yeah, of course you would. Of course you would. Like, the asshole, the world's full of dicks and assholes. And assholes are always getting fucked by dicks. Yeah, of course it's going to happen. I can't think of a lot. Not, like, really bad. There's probably, I mean, like, that's probably the most of it, is being, like, on a few trains. I've noticed that few people where I'm like, oh, I wonder if you don't have a good sense of things because they'll be loud on a train. But then I noticed that some Japanese kids are little shitheads and loud on the train. To be honest, actually, I've very rarely seen foreigners really making foreigners look bad in Japan. So that's really nice. I'm a 16-year-old. My birthday is coming Monday, and I'm just trying to figure out what to do with the future of my life. Yeah, don't rush it, Clyde. Find whatever it is that you're passionate about. Pursue it. Then if it changes, roll with it. When I went to Japan, I came across a lot of pretentious weeboos. How about you? No, I didn't come across that many. I'll admit that I was a bit of a monk when I arrived, that I didn't talk to a lot of people. I basically, I wrote, I went to the gym, and I started the YouTube channel, so I didn't do much else. And got my Japanese teacher. And I had an incredible friend. I always talk about him. He was never in any videos, but his name's Chopper, and we were good friends. We were good friends, and we would have fantastic conversations, watch old Arnold movies and stuff. It was cool. I really miss the guy. Am I sleepy? I'm probably could be sleepy, but I enjoy the stream so much and talking to people that it kind of livens me up. Leewood, did you have an international driver's license before going to Japan? If so, do you think it made a big difference in your application? Oh, it definitely helped. If you have an international driver's license when you come over, then it makes you more easily placed. So if you get hired by Interact and they're like, oh, this guy's got the driver's license, that means that we can put him in places A to T, as opposed to a guy who doesn't, who can only be in A to C because he's limited by that factor. So it helps you for placement. But that is not a Game breaker, game maker, game. I'm looking at doing a teaching assistant for a year before I head off. I know UK students are brats, so it's going to be easier in Japan. But would you say the curriculum is very different? UK, US is similar. You know, I've been so long out of school in North America that I don't really know what the curriculum's like over there. In fact, I have these thoughts recently where I'm like, I wonder what elementary schools and junior high schools are like, because I mean, I remember what my experience is like, but I really wonder if I went back and I got to observe one, what that would be. It would be really, really, really interesting to me. Dropping it into the chat here, guys. It's, of course, under no obligation, but I'll put the link to my Patreon down below. This has been 4.5 hours. If anybody does feel that the need for speed and has any interest in supporting there, that's awesome. If not, under no obligation, let's just continue enjoying our wonderful chats that we're enjoying here. All right. And this music's good too. We are falling in love. All right, next question. Do you like the scene in Predator where Jesse Ventura tries to get his fellow Marines to chew tobacco? I've forgotten that scene. That's horrible because I really like Predator. Do you VWTP WMK? Do you plan to go back to Canada? Yeah. Well, I'm gonna go back this. I mean, I know you don't mean whatchamacallit, permanently, but I'm going back this summer to visit. Clyde, do you ever feel so homesick? Any plans to return someday? Well, like I just said, I would go back for vacations, and I do that once a year, so it's like an amazing thing, and it's also especially awesome because it is special once a year that I go back and I visit all these people again, and I try and go for an extended period of time, and it's amazing. Gasper Cosmic, have you ever been to Europe yet? Yeah, I rowed in Royal Henley Regatta when I was in high school, so I have been to Europe. I visited, well, I don't know. Do you consider England a part of Europe? Yeah, I've been to England. Maybe that's not fair to call that. I don't know. Now I feel kind of stupid. If I like Spawn, I should check out East or West. Okay, cool. Yes, the autobiography. It's been a work in progress here. Honestly, Jordan, we've just been cruising along, answering questions. Leopold repeatedly affirming to people that this is not live. Who was your favorite pro wrestler as a kid? I was never into wrestling. I was never into wrestling at all. I mean, I played it on the N64. Okay, it doesn't. I thought it included England. So yeah, I've been to England because I used to row in high school, and when I rowed, I went to England for rowing. Really wish that I had slightly, or that my internet was like, because I'm streaming the music as we do this. Ah, free time. Free time, you make me laugh, Clyde. No, actually, the thing that I love to do, I guess because you wouldn't consider gym or running free time. I guess you would still. I consider that though my free time, although it takes up a lot of time to do that stuff. I like to run. I'm training for the marathon. I like to go to the gym. I want to be a japped aesthetic motherfucker. And aside from that, true free time. There's also studying Japanese, so that's not really what I'd call free time. But you know what it is? It's reading. When I'm like, I've got true, unadulterated, unfiltered free time, it would be reading. I love reading. Leewood asks, can you get assistance in hiring a car in Japan if you're hired by the likes of Interact? They take care of all that stuff for you, Lee. All of that stuff is all like done by the company. You just sign a few forms where they're like, "You're gonna pay this. We're gonna pay this. We'll give you a car for this," um, and you're good. Have I've never been to Newfoundland. Yeah, she's studying away. She's my study buddy. Um, Initial verification asks, "What is your favorite book?" It would actually be a favorite series. Initial verification. It's called The Night's Dawn Trilogy by Peter F. Hamilton, and it's the best work of fiction I've read in my entire life. For me. For me. Another amazing one, although I won't even mention it in comparison. They shouldn't be compared with each other, but it would be The Night's Dawn Trilogy by Peter F. Hamilton. It is a towering, to borrow the phrase, a towering accomplishment of literature. What websites do I visit every day? That would definitely be Reddit, and I get my news from Reddit. I go to World News and I go to News, and also I love reading Reddit Futurology, as well as Reddit Science. Although some other subreddits as well. Will artificial intelligence be the downfall of humanity? Asks Neb. It could be. I think that's the most answer that pays attention to what's going on. It could potentially be, but the future isn't certain. It could also be amazing. Yeah, you Zevrekable. Do you think it's possible to make money in Japan through tutoring? Yep, absolutely. Absolutely you can. Is it difficult to be tall in Japan? Not really. That's an overblown thing where people worry too much about it, but no, it's not too bad. Umbrellas are not in my face. No, they're okay. They're polite people, so they don't do that. What genre is your favorite when reading books? As Xerox 5473, I couldn't, like a lot of these questions, I'll just answer for the sake of having a direct answer where I don't want to bounce around a bunch of different options, but I can't do it for reading. Reading is, it's, yeah, solid viewer. Maybe it is. I mean, I think it's important. You should find news from a number of different sources. I agree with that. There's always bias. You'll find bias everywhere. So you gotta sift. You gotta sift. Yeah. Sorry, question there, Xerox. I have no favorite genre. I love books so much. I love fiction. I love nonfiction. I love genres in each. I like historical fiction. I like sci-fi. I like mystery. I like horror. I like autobiographical. I like biographies. I like scientific books. I am never at a loss for a book recommend, but nobody needs book recommendations. It seems everybody's got a list too long to get through. And I read explicitly unless somebody gives me a book, I read explicitly on an ebook because ebooks are one of the most amazing goddamn things in the world for the fact that their batteries last forever. They don't strain your eyes. They have a built-in dictionary, so your rate at which you can absorb. That's probably the single most important thing about an e-reader is that your brain can absorb so much more vocab as a result of having that dictionary built into the device itself, and not to mention that you're carrying with you a virtually a library of books in your palm of your hand. Ebooks are amazing. Dating scene in Japan is awesome. To answer your question, Clyde, it's really nice. Ha ha ha. Oh, the official carry-in. Okay, I'm studying hiragana at the moment. It seems pretty simple for now, but I'm wondering how much kanji there is in comparison. Ha ha ha. There's thousands of kanji, each of which has multiple pronunciations and associations through vocabulary. And hiragana has like 26, and katakana has like whatever. You know, it's there. It's not really. It's like an ant to an elephant in terms of what you have to learn. Hey, what up, everybody? There's a celeb. There's a celeb here in the stream. We are joined by the majestic, the always majestic Dustin from Solo Travel Blog from India, no doubt, making amazing vids. If you guys, I mean, I'm assuming probably a lot of people are already subscribed to Dustin, but he's over there making some awesome travel videos. Richard Schofield, how much does it cost to move there from the U.S.? I mean, I think you could do it with 3,000 US, not including plane ticket, and you'd be totally comfortable. I think you could do that no problem, and you'd be all right. Leela D's just want to say thanks, Leela. That's awesome. Um, how hard would it to? How hard would it? I'm gonna say, how hard would it be to get private students? Also, is it hard to find good Christians or Christian communities there? No, I don't think it would be hard to find a Christian community in Japan, and to get private students, I don't think you're going to struggle um, at all. In fact, to find private students, if you got that right mojo, then people will probably approach you for it. Um, it would not be that hard. I don't think at all. Hello, Ahmed. Hello. Welcome to the stream. I I don't know the tragedy of Darth Plagueis the Wise. Go there one day. Um, Ahmed says, don't you think the most real Japanese channel is the japanchannel.com? He says the good, but also the bad. Of course, love your perspective as well. Um, I don't know his channel, Ahmed. I've heard that name go in passing, but unless they've got rock solid discussional videos about Japan where I think that it's really interesting, I don't really watch those channels. I'm more interested in channels that are doing more with like creative videos. Not to say that I don't think that there's a space. Obviously, I make videos where they're discussional, but I really got to like the person. There was a guy, actually, the guy I really liked before I came to Japan because I really enjoyed his perspective, and I think he's a really smart guy. I don't know where things kind of went wrong with him or whatever, but it was Ryman Gaijin. I don't know his name. I never met him or anything. And it was kind of like this revelation I had where I was like, wow, people are over in Japan sharing their experiences. How cool is that? And that you could have this impact on other people when you come over and help them. Um, it's really cool. But he's sort of, I mean, I haven't checked his channel in ages. It was like he came back, then he disappeared. Anyways, would it be hard to find a bad Christian community? Oh, I don't think it's ever hard to find one of those as well. Good and bad. There's lots of each. Someone is trying to seduce Dave to the dark side. Who is it, Rad? The hard part with private students is the time it takes to get them, and dealing with work visa without a sponsor. You really need a full-time job. Yeah, to support yourself like 100% from private students initially that'd be goddamn difficult. You want to do it the other way around. He does have good ones, usually 20 to 30 minutes long. Okay, cool. Interesting. What do you think of channels like Only in Japan and life where I'm from. Only in Japan is like, I mean, I respect the guy's, well, I like it because he's very quirky. He's like a total, I don't want, he's not even eccentric. He's just like quirky. He's very, I think he actually has experience in television, and I respect the production quality of the stuff he creates. If you can't see that Only in Japan isn't making like way more thought out storyboarded stuff, then you're not seeing what's going on in his videos. Only in Japan does great high level videos, and he's a good guy to watch for people who want to improve the sort of stuff that they're making. Obviously, I don't think his kind of like quirkiness or the like scripts that he writes or what everybody would write for something, and I think it works for him because that's genuinely who he is. But yeah, only respect for him, and I think it's cool that I feel like he's really genuine to his style. Life Where I'm From, I have to say that I haven't seen a ton of his stuff, but that I was impressed, like, I think because I don't know how he's gotten access to it, but again, it's like I appreciate the effort that goes into Life Where I'm From's videos, where, like, particularly one that went viral for him, where he just told a really interesting story that was like a really good discussion of Japanese work culture and what we value and what makes us happy in our work. And it was so clear. I was like, yeah, this guy like got all the B footage. He did a great interview with the guy. He told a story through the video. They're great channels. They do really good stuff. And whether you call them an opponent or a teacher or whatever you want to call them, there's a lot to learn that I see from watching their channels. Never to emulate entirely, but things that could definitely be borrowed. You'd be blind not to think. Which do you like better, Canada or Japan? I like them both, different reasons. They each got different stuff to appreciate. That's like... And then you could go on for hours and hours about what you like or don't like about each of them. What breed of dog is your fave? I don't even have one. I'm a cat man. What kind of dog food is your fave? Well, when we fed our dog, we fed her kibble, and she lived a long time, so kibble dog food. How's workout in Japan? Japanese men seem quite feminine. I bet women would flock towards working out dudes. I'm getting tired, and that's just such a funny question. Yeah, I think that Japanese women, like most women, like dudes to be in good shape. One of my commenters asked about the tragedy of Dark Plagius. Well, I don't know anything about that. Colin Crumrine, you were asking, do I have any good language learning apps? Yep, that would be Memrise, Memrise, and then the other one is Anki. Those are the two I always recommend. Okay, moving down through the questions. Would you live in Korea? Korea is so close, but yet you chose Japan. I live there here in Seoul, and I'm planning to come to Japan in a year. Maybe, I can't say about living, but I absolutely know that I would like to visit and do multiple visits there and explore and really make some awesome videos associated with going there. So it's definitely in the conceivable future of getting over there. I would love to do that. The culture does interest me a lot. Mr. Boot, I have a question. What does it take to get an artist visa? For example, does it only require you to be hired in advance by a Japanese right club? For DJ, I don't really want to teach. I would say what you can get, I think, like a arts humanities, Mr. Boot, would be if you get into an eikaiwa. That's the thing. People think that, like, if you're teaching that you're always getting an instructor visa, and you're not. If you get hired by a private teaching company, you get an arts and humanities visa, which then may, I believe, is a much more versatile visa for you, so you'd be able to do that sort of stuff. And then, yeah, you could get in with that and then get into whatever else. Have you ever been to the United States? Yes, Patrick. Lots, lots, and lots. I've spent months in Hawaii at a time. I've been to Seattle. I've been to, my buddy used to go to school in Orange County, so I visited him a lot down there. I used to row in Los Gatos. I've done Head of the Gorge at UW. If anybody knows what that is, probably not. It's weird rowing references. Why do many foreign YouTubers criticize Japanese are racist? I think more whites are racist. That's not. Why do many foreign YouTubers criticize Japanese are racist? I don't think that that's true at all. I think either WMK form more reasonable, rational thoughts and articulate better what you're thinking, or it's a timeout, because that was just like angry jargon. That wasn't even a well-formed grammatical sentence. Okay, moving along. By the way, Dave, do you still have Skyline? I love that car. My brother has one, and it's so underappreciated. It was a fine time. It was the best of times. It was one of the most expensive of times as well. So I don't, Luke. I do not have that. I've traded it in because my thinking was all this money that I have to spend on gas, I could be spending on going out and doing cooler, better videos and saving towards getting a better camera for the channel. So no, I no longer have it. I swapped it. Okay. All right, cool. Official Carrion, thanks for dropping by the stream. Have a good one. I will catch you later. Hope to see you in another live stream. Yes, live streaming again. It's not going to be daily King Blurs. It was because it was Saturday and I've got a fairly chill Sunday. So that is why I've done this now, but I do want to make it a more regular thing. I'm thinking if I'm not away in Tokyo making a video, that it may become an annual Saturday thing that I do, like start at the same time, that people could predictably know that I would be here, and we'll get on and we'll chat and everything will be great. For a few short hours, the world will make sense. Crate asks, how much time do you have between teaching to either learn Japanese on the side or for extra personal activities? In my case, drawing, 3D modeling, working out, socializing. Well, easiest way to break that down would be that you're generally going to finish school, depending on the job, between, well, an Eikaiwa can go late or an international school can go late. But if you're in the public school system, you're usually finishing between 3:45 and 4:30. And then what you do in the hours of the day following that time is up to you. I fill it with all the stuff that I'm harping on about, but you could fill it up with whatever it is that you want to do. Okay, to Bitcoin or not to Bitcoin? Always a good question. I've heard that karaoke, like the unofficial national sport of Japan. If it isn't, it should be. I absolutely love karaoke. And it is good to listen to it as a part of learning the language, absolutely. Come on, Leopold, karaoke should be a sport. If it's not, let's make it one. RK Mage, say there are a lot of stories of xenophobia most. Okay. Surfing through the comments here, guys, trying to see where the questions are. Okay. Stay in Japan. Japan is the gem, and I'm not saying this from the grass is greener. Japan seems more humanistic and humble. Korea is very into appearance and money. Oh, these are broad stroke opinions. Well, yeah. People are going to have to, at the end of the day, what you do is you decide for yourself where you want to go, as much as you weigh all these things and other people's opinions. Priorities in order. Driving can definitely be expensive in Japan with tons of taxes and stuff like that. But the actual, like, if you got a K car, god damn, it's cheap. Hello, Eloy. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for dropping by. Yep, no worries. My pleasure to answer. Crate, thanks for dropping by the stream. Thank you very much. You teach so many useful things. I do my best to do my best, Eloy. Do you have a 5-year plan for living and teaching or any kind of... Oh, okay, Dustin. New question from Dustin. Has not written before. Do you have a 5-year plan or similar for living, teaching in Japan or any kind of homecoming? I hesitate to try teaching abroad because it seems that there's an inevitable wall. Yeah, my 5-year plan is that in the next following 2 to 3 years, depending on when I get accepted to the master's degree, that I would get a master's degree in either international relations or linguistics. I would use that to then enter in to build up my resume more and also just have a better job, that I would work at a university and also like really hone my Japanese, get it up to JLPT level 1, also take the accreditations for kanji. And then it wouldn't matter the country's embassy that I worked in, whether for Canada, for the UK, for probably just an English-speaking embassy, or for the Japanese, but we'll move into a role in international relations within Japan. And that's the jobby route, as I affectionately call it, the jobby job. But then really, I'm working on my YouTube channel the whole time and evolving and making better films and being more elaborate and getting better gear. Like the channel, because of the support I'm getting or seeming to get and increasing, would suggest that I'm going to be able to continue to upgrade my gear. I'm never going to stop learning and improving my editing and cinematography and all these other things that you can improve your videos with. That soon as YouTube blows up for me, if it ever blew up, I'm out. That's all I work on. I would love to do it. I love so much traveling to these interesting places and making films that it's a passion. I mean, it's why I've now talked nearly non-stop for 5 hours in a stream. You don't do that unless you enjoy it, which I really do. Ahmed Yusul, do you think of the main reasons for men's celibacy in Japan as helicopter mums that raise feminized men that's not as attractive to the... That's making a lot of assumptions of Japanese men, dude. There's like a lot of this like pop stuff. Yeah, there's lower birth rates and stuff, but believe me, if you talk to the average Japanese dude, they're not any less interested in sex. Like the high schools and junior high schools, it's just a bubbling trough of hormones and horniness. Like, careful. Like, again, careful taking what is a popular, sexy thing to read in a news article as actually being indicative of how a whole culture is, or to call like a whole culture that. Logan Terry, damn it, it jumped. Logan had a question. Yo, how's it hanging, people? Hello, Logan. Welcome to the stream, Logan. What's your thoughts on zinc and coconut oil supplements for health? I don't know anything about them. That's what I'm going to say. I know that coconut oil is like healthy fats, and so it's good, but I've never really done any research on it, so don't want to comment, don't want to speak out of my ass there. Yeah, Andy, glad you dropped by again. I'm happy to be here. It's good to be here. I say this tentatively. I was thinking, if I'm not going elsewhere, that if I am around, that making the Saturday evening a live stream thing would be pretty cool. So I'm hoping to do more of them. Cool, David. It was good to see you here. Thanks for dropping by the stream. Have a good one. Catch you later. Thanks for starting the Reddit, the subreddit. That's funny. Are junior high schoolers respectful to their teachers, and do parents usually side with the teacher or student? Junior high schoolers are respectful, and parents, parents are basically worshipped. Parents can get away with murder, but then in terms of who do parents side with? It's hard to say. That's hard to say. Hello, I can't read. I think that's Korean and I can't read it, but hello. Korean living in Japan. Right on. Korean man living in Japan. Camille Clark. Hi, Dave. Can you interview someone with kids? Yeah, that's an interesting idea. What's raising children like in Japan? Actually, that's a great idea for an interview. I know a guy with a kid, and it's also raising. It would be cool because he would have the perspective of like, what's it like raising a hafu child in Japan? Ooh, that is a fantastic idea, Camille. Great idea. That would be so interesting. I mean, just for my own awareness, what is that like? Fantastic idea. Put it in my phone for now, and then I'll write it in my little notebook for YouTube over there. Greetings from London. Hey, John Anderson. Good to see you in here from London. Stephen, if you don't mind, what were your marks like in university? I'm interested in doing an online master's degree after undergrad. My GPA. Your GPA, let's just say this, Stephen. I made a lot of bad choices. Or I made a lot of choices. I am where I am now, and I'll work to get further, but my GPA is bad. It's lower than that. Dustin, thanks for the answer. Appreciate the detail. Are studying online? Oh no, it'll be a distance education, probably from one of the Canadian universities, so I can save the most money doing it. Yeah, it won't be like I gotta work full time while I'm doing it because I'm just a poor YouTuber supported by my lovely community. I do not know anything about mixed scholarships. Shit, I just lost the questions. Have a good one, Lucas. Thanks for dropping by. Bash, okay. Oh, solid viewer. They are respectful? I always thought bullying in Japan was one of those common knowledge secrets. It depends on where you're pointing respectful. Are you talking about respectful towards the teachers, or are you talking about respectful towards each other? I would say that the students are incredibly respectful towards the teachers. In regards to how they treat each other, that's a totally different ball game. Totally different. Thanks very much, Sean. I will Okay, I've got to... Sorry, guys, I'm just backtracking through the questions here to try and see. Are books expensive in Japan? I'm a big reader myself. No, I don't think so. In fact, I mean, if you want to be learning Japanese, you can go to like the store. It's called Book Off. They're a big fan of naming things something off, which I find very, very funny. If you go to Book Off, there's like tons of dollar books and tons of great deals. As in English, I don't find bullying here to be any worse than in the US, but being ostracized here seems to have a greater effect when it happens. Okay, that's an interesting perspective. What do I think about Temple University in Tokyo? I think it's a solid university. It's just, it's really expensive. That's the only thing about it. Real expensive. Teaching jobs in Japan are rare. If I would like to teach English as a stepping stone. Sure, good call. It keeps jumping. Why are you jumping? Just could agree. What do you think will happen if crazy Bernie Sanders went over to Japan, preached socialism? It's a mystery, although that has nothing to do with the conversation, Darren. Falling on what on the, okay. Thanks, Dave. Looking forward to yours. I have a baby. I want to return with him. Okay, interesting. Okay, Eloy asks, hey Dave, so what jobs can you get as a foreigner, little to intermediate, but not as an English teacher? The one that's my go-to for the discussion tonight is definitely software engineer, software developer. That would be a huge one that you could do while you're over here. As well as jobs in tourism, I suppose, but nah, you couldn't do that with intermediate Japanese. In fact, software develop anything outside of teaching, your Japanese really needs to be up to snuff. So, yes. All right, Marla Ghost, thanks for coming by the stream. Have a good one. Catch you later. Victory's Flame. Hi, I love your channel. Thank you for keeping us. Love you from... Oh, thanks very much, Victory. Thank you very much. Yeah, Nova Guy. Streaming and studying. The studying broke off. The questions were getting hot and heavy, so I was like, I'll focus on the questions. Leewood says, what's the funniest example of Japanglish that you've seen whilst out and about in Japan? Actually, it wasn't Japanglish that was funny to me. It was perfectly normal, but it was one of these things where they don't know what's written on their shirts, and it was so fitting where it was these kids at recess at an elementary school, and on the back of this kid's shirt, it was at recess time, and of course at recess they all go bolting out of the school to run and to play, and on the back of the kid's shirt it said, "Run, you bastards." And that just cracked me up that day so much. It was awesome. Benjamin Simpson asks, hey Dave, could you run your American online business while teaching in Japan? I do not know enough about running a business in Japan to answer that question properly. One day I hope to be able to. Dave, when I hang out with my friends, it seems like I'm the only one who's concerned about the Fukushima radiation thing. Do you have any tips on choosing safe groceries? I would basically say to do as much independent research as you can on what they're supplying from where. I mean, to me, then it's kind of a base level. Do your research as much as you could on the internet. You know, what are the farms in and around Fukushima? Where do they distribute to? And then make your choices based on that. Limousine asks, hi Dave, how old are you? We did this before as like a question answer, like people guess, so I won't make people who've been here for that long not guess again, but I am 32 years old, Limousine. 32. RK Mage says, okay, I've been wanting to find an answer to this question for ages. How would a YouTube, like, pranks channel go down in Japan, i.e. wearing a fat suit in a crowded place? The Japanese are so sweep it under the rug, like if we don't acknowledge it, that it's not there, that I think for your pranks to have any impact on people, they would have to be extreme. Aside from that, if you watch any Japanese television, you know that, like, they love pranking people, like pranks and like embarrassment, hasukashi, like that kind of like, oh my, I'm so embarrassed, is like, that appeals to them. But so much of that is staged that it's like, I don't know how it'd go. I really don't. When teaching, do you suggest doing so in a city or a smaller town? Tokyo always seems appealing. I hear over costs. Oh yeah, they're higher. Totally depends on what you want there, Crate. If you want to save a little more, have less of a crush of humanity, a press of humanity, obviously the small town. If you're the sort of person who needs like on-call, immediate access to amenities, but can deal with the fact that you're probably going to be broke 24/7, then you live in a city. And there's hours more conversation we could have regarding that. But those are that you got to consider the strengths and weaknesses of each. Which you can probably identify from any city or countryside in the world. So you can make an informed decision from reflecting on that. Juan Morales, hey Dave, was wondering, do you ever plan on taking the N2? Oh hell yeah, I do, man. In the N1, I'm going all the way, motherfucker. Yeah, so definitely. As soon as I beat one, I'm gonna do the next, and as soon as I get that, then I'm gonna do the next, and the next, and the next, and the next. How would a life moving to Japan be with a Japanese wife? Huh. Well, you mean that she's not native to Japan, but you brought her to Japan? Boom. You just blew my mind. Andy-san, Dave, you're only 1 year older than me? Question exclamation mark. My back is starting to go. Yeah, I guess so, Andy. If you're 31, I'm 32. Dave, sorry, but in Asian standard, you look 40s. That's fine, Leopold. I mean, it's an incredible cross. My whole life, I have like one of the least accurately guessed ages of anyone I've ever met. It's so random that like some people, they'll guess like mid to low 20s, some people will guess like late mid 40s, some people guess all over 30s, but I like that. I like that I'm sort of enigmatic when it comes to my age. It's fun. I'm basically go with like whatever people say I am. Sure. It's your reality, whatever you want. Because there's a big difference as well between, if that's something very near and dear to my heart, there's a huge difference between chronological age and biological age. And the biological age is what I'm concerned with. That's why I try and lead a healthy lifestyle, because that's what matters in terms of quality of life, not the actual years put on your body, although that's a great contributor to it. Holy shit, we got love from Sam. Big round of applause, please. If you got that emoji for the clap, thank you so much, Tikio Sam, for that love. The love, the tips, it's appreciated. It lets me move forward to dominate the universe, the galaxy, and the one next to us, Alpha Centauri. Watch out. Wait, no, Alpha Centauri isn't the galaxy. That's Andromeda. Watch out, Andromeda. Oh, no, Leopold, it's all good, man. I didn't think... I'd be a pretty soft-skinned little bitch if I found somebody saying that I looked older, an insult. Gotta have elephant skin. I find it totally manageable. Well, For me, it's a big one because I'm always trying to spend money on YouTube, Lee. So saving is kind of like I try to, and I'm like I squirrel away a few nuts here and there, but it's tough. It's tough because I'm trying to. You gotta, what is the expression? You gotta break a few eggs to make an omelet kind of thing, and YouTube videos don't pay for themselves when I'm going into Tokyo. So it's a fine balance. Getting a better job has definitely taken, I mean, it'd be impossible with the previous job that I had, but definitely doing better. That's right, King Blurs. I'm only 12 years older. Nice, we're getting the. Oh, what? Hey, Andy Sand, thank you, sir. We got multiple lovin's, multiple lovin's. If we can show some love to Andy Sam, clap, 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 motherfucker, clap, clap. Thank you so much, Andy Sand. You the man. Really appreciate it. Yeah, that's right, Crate. I came to Japan when I was 28 years old. Thank you, Patrick. Perhaps it is my epic manliness that makes me look like I'm 24. Okay, Xenon. Okay, this is my last question. I've always wanted to go to Japan since the culture is so different from mine, but I'm really worried about when I should move. I'm 16 right now. There is no right time. There is no right time. I was saying the other night that you cannot be passionate early enough about something. So if you're passionate about something, you do it. Doesn't matter how old you are. So if you want to do it, as soon as you get your degree, go ahead and do it as soon as you get your degree. If you want to have couple years work experience, and then go do it, whatever you want to do. Just do the things that you are passionate about. Own your decisions. Own your mistakes. Ride hard. Japanese summer is super hot. Chemist asks, how are you, Dave, handling the summer? I assume the winter in Canada are about the same here in Norway. How am I handling the summer? Is wretched. The voice is starting to go. Yeah, it's tough. The humidity, mushiatsui. Temple University, Tesla will start this fall. Right on. That's cool. If you're in Tokyo, give me a bell. Hang out, have a beer. That'd be cool. Oh, thanks very much, Andy San. I really, really appreciate that. Just to say thank you one more time. Hey Dave, Noel Monterey, your channel is very inspirational. I recently changed my diet and started going to the gym regularly. What is your gym schedule like? Leg day, back biceps day, chest, triceps. I'm starting to flag, and that's a question that demands a lot of detail because I don't want to half-ass when I discuss something like a workout program. So if you catch me in another live stream when I'm a little fresher, Noel, I will definitely go into detail regarding that. But long story short, because I do the running, because I'm training for the long distance running, I run usually two times a week, go to the gym 4 times a week, and that's all I'll say for now because I don't want to give you a shitty answer because that's an important question and I won't do it with enough detail now. Juan asks, hey Dave, do you ever plan on doing a subscriber meetup in Japan? I would if I had enough subscribers here that they wanted to meet up with me. Yeah, fuck yeah, I'd do that. It'd be cool to meet up with everybody. Yeah, I love meeting people who like the channel. I love meeting people who just generally meeting people. Everybody's got an awesome story. So that's cool. I would do that. I did one other with what was his I'm gonna feel like an asshole now. I know Vex Dopal because that's his comment name. But Vex, I met up with Vex Dopel, and we hung out, and that was cool. I made a video of it. He was a nice guy. I think he's returned from Japan now. He was here for like a study vacation. But yeah, I would do that. That's a great idea. Kron says, saving is all about your lifestyle. If you like to go out, it's going to be hard. If you're a hermit, you save. Yeah, it's true. Like my buddy, that guy I say that I was such good friends with, Chopper, that guy was a straight up monk. And all he did was eat very little food, go to work, did nothing else, occasionally went to a movie with me, did nothing social, and he saved. He saved a lot of money. But he was like an accountant before he came over, so he was very wise with his money. But then I was like, I mean, my life is for the living. So that was, but he was so happy doing that. He meditated a ton. Like the guy meditated intense amounts and was like so peaceful, and we generally just had a lot of great conversations too. That filled time. I have a question for the Great Owl. How do you go about gaming over there? Like, what do you do? I bought a Japanese PS4, but it's not region locked, and so you totally just, oh, the pain, the neck's going, the back's going. So yeah, it's it's not hard to set up the PS4. All right, catch you later, Oyasumi. Oh, what? Snap, we have another... Oh, put your hands together. Clap, clap. Clap, clap, motherfucker. Clap, clap. We got $5 donation from Crate. Thank you so much, Crate. I really, really appreciate it. That's awesome. Unbelievable. The spirit of giving and support tonight has been overwhelming. In fact, I'm just going to say it for all the people that were here. Thank you, Jakob. Thank you, Fabix. Thank you, Jakob again. Thank you, Manuel. Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Johas. Thank you, Rad. Thank you, Grant. Thank you, D. Sam again. Thank you, San. Andy San. Thank you, Crate. You guys are awesome. It's a privilege just to chill here and chat with everybody, and that I get the support. It means a great deal to me. I really, really appreciate it. All right, Xenon, have a good one. Thanks for hanging out in the stream. Catch you later. Right on, Benjamin. Off to work. You have a good one. I'll catch you later. Hydrangeas are beautiful during the rainy season. It's true, Andy San. It's true. Current job, Eloy, as a foreigner is I am a direct hire, work for a board of education as an elementary school teacher. Healthy foods that are relatively inexpensive in Japan. It's a 4-letter word, and you got to learn to love it. Natto. Natto is incredibly healthy and insanely cheap. Just got to have a balance. How long do you plan on staying in Japan? Is it longer than you initially thought you would stay? No, I'd always known when I came over here that I would stay for an extended period of time. So no surprise to me that I am still here. No surprise to me that I have a plan in the future where there's just the things that I want to accomplish are on a longer term. Shit! Damn it, Andy, I'm getting tired. Called out. Called out. Failure. Oh no. It's a 5-letter word. The stream is over. The stream is over. You can all rot in hell. No, just kidding. I hope everyone does laugh at that. Brutal. One Rouse, what games do you play? Ever thought of doing a live stream while playing with subscribers on something like Twitch or YouTube? Yeah, it is seppuku time. Yeah, that's a great idea, Juan. If I could like get some streamers. Yeah. If I get some people together in a stream where we were like playing some games, that would be fun. It would be, I don't know, maybe that could be a thing. Oh, that's funny that you asked that, Zach. Actually, on my Let's Play channel that I've obviously not been active on because I don't have time, I have completed The Last of Us on max difficulty, and max difficulty as of the, it's called Grounded. It is the most difficult feat of gaming I have ever completed in my entire life. And it was incredibly rewarding, of course, as well, because it was so difficult. But yeah, I beat The Last of Us on Grounded, and I've got the entire Let's Play up on my Great Owl channel. Okay, cool, great. If anybody wants to add me on PS4, that's my PS4. It's Nicodemus D. All right, guys. I think for my health, my back's starting to seize. It's been almost 5.5 hours. A last shout out here. Yes, I also did full Let's Play through of Heavy Rain on my Let's Play channel, Neb. Anybody looking to support $1 a day for the children in Africa? No, just kidding. No obligation. But there's tons of cool stuff over there. Free copy of my ebook, all that stuff. But I gotta call it. My neck. I'm starting to go. So I'm going to call it for tonight, but it was a ton of fun. Thanks to everybody, whether you commented or were just hanging out and enjoying chilling and maybe working on your thing or whatever. It was a lot of fun, ton of fun, some of the most fun I've had. And I'll definitely be doing it again. I'm anticipating next weekend, same time, same bat channel, and that'll be awesome. All right. Peace out, guys. Have a good one.